The following is brought to you by the People's National Party.
Make the trumpets play. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion, we can do it together. When we look at the future of precipice, we see Jamaica needs the vision of the PSP. People said the bag of promises, them can't carry go shop. And the crime rate getting higher, wonder when it does now come Rex. Jamaican people want better. Economy coming like stormy weather. Ancestors are turning on them grave. To get champion.
The proceeding was brought to you by the People's National Party.
Eternal Father, bless, guide us with thy mighty hand, keep us free from evil powers, be our light through comfort. To our leaders, great defenders, grant wisdom from above, justice, truth be forever. Jamaica, land we love. Jamaica, Jamaica, land we love. Teach us true respect for all. Response to duty's call. Strengthen us the weak. Give us wisdom lest we perish.
The following is a public service announcement.
The Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force and One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation invite Jamaican patriots and friends in the tri-state area to the second staging of a call to action. Meet us on Friday, May 10th, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Jamaica's Consulate, located at 300 East 42nd Street, corner 2nd Avenue in Manhattan. That's a call to action for Jamaicans and friends of Jamaica who are seeking the best solutions for Jamaica. May 10th at 9 a.m. at the Jamaican Consulate at 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue. Listen to Reason with Radigan Saturdays at 3 p.m. on Reggae Global Radio and YouTube for updates.
Hello, welcome, and happy Friday. Happy Friday to those in television land. Happy Friday to our silent supporters, and happy Friday to everyone in the chat. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope everyone had a wonderful and productive week so far, and as usual, looking forward to a wonderful and restful weekend. Tonight's topic is Andrew, let the people go. And your host tonight is Baron, and as usual, Anne-Marie, technical support. And our guests tonight in studio are Mr. Rattigan, Herb Nelson, Aromatic, and Tara J from Beyond the Echo. So, guys, remember when you come in to thumbs up the live, share us out if you can. And if you are new to the channel, please show us some support by subscribing. It will be greatly appreciated. So let me just go ahead and welcome those in the chat. Doja Fox, Andrea Hunt, Rosalie Ricketts, Jeanette Letts, Truck Life, Cynthia B, our channel member, JP, Willie Dunn, Andrew, Fisher, Gigi Drones, Larry Beckford, Matthew Lewis, Una Vassal, Paulette Francis, Cooking with Miss Brown, Don Mel, Brenda, Noreen McLean, Lorraine Barrett, Durant Clark, Pauline, Montague James, Yvonne Joy, Paul Powell, Rennie Swaby, Anif Dawkins, Pamela Okolo, Samoni Green, Marva, okay, I think I said Marva McLean already, Leighton Brown, Lloyd Fang, Candy Max, our other channel member, Kenroy Johnson, Jem Ashley, Don62, Lyndon Green, Fantasia Love, Winnie Mead, Sweet Pea, welcome, welcome. Happy Friday to each and every one of you in the chat. Audrey Johnson, and also thank you so much to all the new persons who have joined the movement. Welcome, welcome to Mystic Sensation family. Really appreciate each and every one, and thank you for your continued love for country and people. And Rasta One, Leonard Reed, Ro Washington, Kevin Fairclough. And as we go along, I will welcome each and everyone who is joining afterwards. As usual, if I lose control of the chat, I will do an umbrella welcome. Megawatt Volt, welcome, welcome. Greetings, Mystic Sensation, aka Titan. Again, thank you so much, guys. I'm going to turn over to Byron without any further delay. And Blendon is also here. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, wifey, for that, lovely precursor as usual. Now, I also want to say big thanks for those subscribers who have been with us, right, from our starting, and persons, new subscribers who join in, right. Once again, a big thanks to you, and we appreciate that. Right. Of course, you are here because we are talking about good governance. We are talking about honesty and integrity. No doubt, tonight we will be going through the Integrity Commission investigation report. And people, I want for this night, I want people to share it out. Because going through the report earlier today, right, I realized the high levels of corruption. High levels of corruption. And tonight, people are going to be marveled. We'll be sending out some of the big wigs tonight, right, as expected. And when we get into that detail and to understand the level of corruption, it's just a goddamn shame. A goddamn shame as it relates to this particular government. And no wonder why, right? We see where the government is trying to muzzle. Not trying to, they had muzzled the Integrity Commission, right, as it relates to, not wanting to speak out on investigation. Because what, we are going through and what we are reading, I am amazed. You are going to amaze, right? So we'll be touching the Integrity investigation report, right? And we have persons who had resigned, right, and looking forward to face the judiciary. One of such person that I called out as it relates to the Register General, that person, right, has resigned and looking forward to face the court, right? And rightly so. Now we'll be joined shortly by, of course, Rattigan and Herbert Nelson, Tara and Aromatic, right? And yes, we'll be getting into those areas, right? And try to dissect, right, what is there. So people, please prepare for what I am going to deliver tonight, because we make sure that we are coming with the package tonight as it relates to your anticipation. Now, we are going to move into the program right now. So let me say this. The Jamaica Labour Party, as it relates to the history of incompetence, the history of poor governance, right? But I am happy that Cliff Hughes is now singing the song, right? In terms of Cliff Hughes now realize that the Jamaica Labour Party is indeed in trouble, all right? And, you know, we are not to compare with the Jamaica Labour Party vloggers and social media who normally resort to, you know, propaganda, right? We are persons who are defending our country, right, with the truth. And so then when we speak on information, right, we present the truth so that you can see it for yourself, right, and you know, just made aware of the information that is out there. So for Cliff Hughes information, right, we are not to be compared with Jamaica Labour Party vloggers, right, in terms of them seeking, right, to misinform, right, with their information, utilizing the method of disinformation and all sort of political strategy, right, to keep Jamaican people blind from the truth, right? So we are not to be compared with them, right? We are persons who seeking good governance, right, where our Jamaican people is concerned. So without any further delay, we are going to play Cliff Hughes as it relates to his concern and, you know, warning Jamaica Labour Party, you understand, to consider to revamp and re-strategize and come again. But let me say this to you, Cliff Hughes. There is no way that Jamaica Labour Party can neither revamp or re-strategize. The fact of the matter, right? Poor governance, corruption, right, is the order of the day where the Jamaica Labour Party concerned. And, you know, that is difficult to fix, right? Andrew Holness is definitely a virus on the Jamaica Labour Party, right? And so then that virus has been spread amongst other members of parliament. So there is no revamp. There is no face from the Jamaica Labour Party that can put to lead the Jamaica Labour Party at this time, right? So without any delay, let us all hear what Cliff Hughes has to say to the Jamaica Labour Party.
Okay.
Who has momentum? That's what's really occupying the political class this morning. The PNP commissioned Don Anderson poll, yes, is generating a lot of discussion because for the first time in some time, in 2-3 years, a poll whether PNP, JLP, Don Blue Dot is showing one of the two major political parties with a big lead of almost 8 points. 8 points translated into an election that's a big landslide win, which would mean a complete turnaround from the 49-14 we now have in terms of seats in the House of Representatives. And, of course, the political class, including the activists and the two parties, are dissecting the numbers through their own lens, the green lens and the orange lens, to put the best spin on it. But here are the basic numbers. According to the PNP commissioned poll, the question was asked, who would you vote for? Yes, if you had an opportunity to do so in a general election today. And the poll was conducted between April 4 and April 12 among persons over the age of 18. The pollsters interviewed 1,057 people, and they say the poll has a margin of error of plus or minus 3%. And based on the respondents, the PNP would get 36.8% of the support of the respondents. 36.8 say they would vote for the PNP. Round that out to 37%. While the JLP would get 29%. 29%. Yes? Of course, those numbers means that the PNP has a big lead of 8 percentage points. This is not a small lead. It's not within the well outside of the margin of error. That's a big lead, which we haven't seen in polls for some time in Jamaica. According to the numbers as well, 19% of the respondents say they are undecided. They haven't made up their mind. And 15% say they would not vote. 15%. Now, what seems to be one of the things that is striking for me, the size of the lead. If you follow politics in the country, you would not be surprised that the PNP is ahead based on the local government election results, where they won the popular vote. Yes? And the whole mood of the country. The country is in an anti-government mood. The mood of the country is one of discontent. The mood of people is, things not right. Yeah? There are issues with water. So the mood of the country is not one of optimism. It's negative. So I'm not surprised that the PNP is ahead. Yes? You go about the country and you develop, as long as I've been around, some tests. And it's clear people are turned off of the Holness administration. And I've been saying it for quite some time. The administration needs a revamp, a reset. Yes? And it has not done so. So the poll results are not surprising for me. What is surprising is the extent of the lead. And also, by these numbers, we would have a turnout of about 65% of people voting. 65%? The last election, we had a turnout of 37%. I don't see us having a 65% turnout. I would love to discuss that with Don and his team, because based on these numbers, we would have a turnout of more than 60%, which would be good for the democracy. That would be very good for the democracy, because right now we're on the precipice with turnouts of 37% in the last general and 30% in the local. So that is also indicating something that is moot. Yes? But I think for Mark Golding and the PNP, this is music to their ears. Yes? They're in the political ascendancy. And I don't think you can doubt.
Whose bag is this? It is in my bin, people. Whose bag is this?
Hey, what's going on with you?
Okay. All right, it's done. Sorry, guys.
All right. So there you go. There you have it as it relates to Cliffview's concern. Now, if we carefully listen, Cliffview stated that he is not surprised that the PNP is ahead. And why is not surprised? Because he realized, Cliffview realized that people are fed up with the Jamaica Labour Party administration. And why people are fed up is the high level of corruption. Healthcare in the country gone to an unprecedented low. The education system being damaged by this administration. Attack on our banking sector by this administration, right? Creating fear that people almost make a run on the bank system as a result of the fear that this JLP administration, right, allowed to have happened under its administration. The participation of the Prime Minister, right, having an account in SSL that we know is a Ponzi scheme. No two way about that. We know that SSL, right, was Paul Cheng Young and Associates that changed its name into SSL for obvious reason as it relates to the name change, right? They didn't want for people to be aware that it is the same trickery as it relates to FinSac, the same trickery as it relates to the 90s financial meltdown, right? With Paul Cheng Young, right? Merchant Bank, right? And so on. Same trickery, right? No changes. Now, here you are, that the People's National Party, that has no large capital injection. And so then, of course, the people rising up as a result of what they are witnessing. The JLP corruption is so blatant. They are not hiding it. Right? You get the sense of an imperialistic sort of persona coming from Andrew Holness and Juliet. A Pharaoh-like behavior, a Pharaoh-like attitude. Fear me and serve me well. And so then, suppressing and oppressing the Jamaican people. Aromatic, salute.
In the
Blessed.
house. Blessed,
All right.
blessed.
All right.
Yes.
And so then, when we see that fear-like behavior, right? Andrew Holness with the bully puppet, the propaganda machine, and the list goes on, right? As Jennifer Daly said, the poor people of Jamaica are suffering so much. I feel so badly for them. This is the reason why you have an aromatic. This is the reason why you have a mystic sensation.
That's right.
And so then, we are here to say that we are resisting against a government that is on pursuit to suppress, oppress our people. We are pushing back. And so then, we have seen that the People's National Party, as it relates to democratic socialism, now getting the love, and rightly so. Why the People's National Party is getting love? The leader of the People's National Party look at the situation, observe the situation, and realize him as a politician, as an astute politician, that decided that no, a system like this need checks and balance. And so then Mark Golden, of course, crafted the Integrity Commission Act, right? And of course, it was successfully legislated into law. Now, we have seen that Mark Golden also went further than that. But he also looked on the situation and said, we need further checks and balance in ensuring that when politicians like what I am going to reveal later in the Integrity Commission report, people, it's sickening. Let me say that from now. The report is sickening. So when Mark Golden realized that these are the things that will happen in terms of what I am going to show later, Mark Golden said, when we have politicians who acting immorally, acting unethically, we should not wait until 5 years, right, in terms of a general election to tell this politician goodbye. There should be a mechanism, there should be a system put in place so that that system can be utilized to get rid of that politician as it relates to him acting unethically, him that is offering no service to the people who elect him. And so we are telling, of course, Cliff Hughes, that the Jamaica Labour Party, unfortunately, Mr. Cliff Hughes, can neither revamp nor reset. They cannot revamp nor reset as it relates to the apparent corruption. As it relates to our Prime Minister have no regards for the Constitution. As it relates to our Prime Minister's statutory declaration for 2021-2022, and of course, meeting 2023 will not be certified. Mystic Sensation is 100% positive. Positively sure that the Prime Minister's statutory declaration will not be able to certify. And so then, what we have, without no hesitation, if we have a Prime Minister that leading an administration and his statutory declaration cannot be certified, and let me speak in extension of the report that we will be revealing later, at the level of corruption as it relates to government members participating in all sorts of corruption, then I am going to say that this government gone rogue. it seems as if the Andrew Holness-led government is now can be defined as a criminal enterprise. Oh, Mystic, that is very hard. Why are you saying that? The Prime Minister SSL participation, the Prime Minister statutory declaration, the Prime Minister is a billionaire and cannot explain such wealth. I am saying that the administration of which Andrew Holness is leading, I have no doubt to say, indeed, it's a criminal enterprise. So sad that I have to look on a legitimate government and speaking so unkind as it relates to our Prime Minister. And it's a shame that the Prime Minister action, right, allowed the sort of speculation. The Prime Minister action allowed whatever inference that we want to draw, whatever perception we want to perceive. And if the Prime Minister was innocent, if the Prime Minister was honest, the Prime Minister could say, whoa, you stop there. You stop there and let me clarify all of your doubts. Let me clarify all of your doubts. The Prime Minister can begin in telling us how much did he put into SSL and how much he got out of SSL. That is the journey of the truth for the Prime Minister to begin with. And so then the Prime Minister, in avoidance to do that, and just said, okay, it's a 9-day talk, people will forget it. Andrew Holness, we are not going to forget it. Your action and members of parliament induced in corruption, hurting the Jamaican people. 1.7 trillion unaccounted for. Simply means the lack of social programs that could have been stimulated by this economy if we have that 1.7 trillion. Let us reason, people. If we have accounted for the 1.7 trillion, the Troy Bridge would have been resolved. Many other bridges would have been resolved. We could have our healthcare picked up. When we look on $31 billion that was utilized in 2019 to fix our healthcare island-wide, and today, so many of our hospitals don't have the basic facilities to facilitate our Jamaican people. Majority of those persons who are in the voting block and voted for Andrew Holness. And so then, the sort of hurt that Andrew Holness hurt us, it is significant that we are not going to be surprised as it relates to what we are anticipating for a landslide victory. One that would permanently put Jamaica Labour Party out of power. And this is the time that I do agree to really have another third party in opposition. Because what needs to happen to the Jamaican Labour Party should be a permanent lesson. A lesson that one is going to utilize for many years to come. The Jamaican Labour Party, the arrogance of many of them. The Nigel Clark, who stood in Parliament, wheel red card, and now messed up the budget. Budget shortfall. Can you imagine? And he was there wheeling red card, right? In the defense of Juliet Holness. Crying shame. Crying shame. We have Everall Warmington, who have no regards for people. His level of disrespect, which is tolerable by Andrew Holness. And so then Andrew Holness is saying to us that we all know that Everall Warmington is known to be colorful. And so then him is saying that it is so with Edward Warmington, and so then we should accept that. No, Prime Minister, you're wrong. You're dead wrong. A member of Parliament ought to set example. Lead with example. This is where you're wrong. But guess what? The hypocrite that you are, saying every ghetto youth is a star, and at the same time, investors' money in SSL being taken away from underneath their feet. NHT money has been put in SSL. The pension plan money has been put in SSL. And of course, it's in the politician's pocket. That's where it is, in the politician pocket, right? And so then, what difference between Andrew and Juliet? Because what they remind me of is Bonnie and Clyde. The only exception as it relates to Bonnie and Clyde is that they don't have a weapon, right, robbing banks. They're utilizing the political system. The 48 to make amendment to the Constitution to appease them. To have a DPP installed to protect them, to protect the status quo of corruption. But tonight, we will be getting there. Now, Aromatic, blessings, my brother.
Man.
Before we go further, any indictment that you want to leave as it relates to
it's a whole lot, but before I begin, I just want the people in the chat to understand and to realize that the PMP was trapped for cash.
Definitely.
They did not have anything to compete with this Jamaica Labour Party. They were outmaneuvered in every way that you can think of.
So true.
And the only people that keep the PMP alive, it was a mystic, a lonesome, a Ratigan, a Carlos, a Aromatic, and name the numbers of social media. We don't say warriors, but independent journalists.
Definitely.
Who do the work for their country.
Well said.
Without us, if you want to believe it or not, we would be singing a different tune. So it is very important, very, very important. A mistake now ask you to cash up, to Zelle, for charity, for this. But all that we ask for is to like, to share, to comment, and spread the message. If you no help we, the PMP now go get help. Because we are doing this for free. We are doing this as patriot for our country. So, encouragement sweeten labor. We give you guys the content day after day, night after night, or week after week. It's sacrifice. We no lose cannon, we no run around. You see Byron and his wife. So it is telling you that these people are professional. They have their personal business. I have my personal business. I have my personal life. But we find the time to do this. But the only way this go work is by the people in the chats. Send it to a friend and a friend give it to a friend and you like and you share. Because it's we who is holding the government accountable. When you hear it come out of the mouth of a Cliff Hughes, me no want to know fees that you Cliff Hughes sing Andrew Holness song some my time. Cliff Hughes, I don't hear that journalist. Cliff Hughes is a top journalist. Him just get a fallout with him and PJ when PJ lick him with a lawsuit for defamation of character. And that's why he gone down the hill with him and the PMP. But when you hear it out of the mouth of a Hughes, is telling you that the narrative that is controlled in the social media space by the PMP. Remember, say I no pay, we they get like the JLP bloggers, you know. Them get paid, we don't get paid. So I just want to leave you guys to just think about it and reminisce on it. So Byron ne have to do it. And wife ne have to do it. They are professional, they have their own business, they have their personal life. But because they are patriot and they love their country and they want when they return. And if in to a buck and in go by hospital, you know, dead.
True.
That's all. Take it away.
Well said. Well said, Arrow. And let me continue on that note. People who are listening to me, please remember to run over Aromatic, right? And that's what the man said, right? Subscribe, right? Like and share, because you know we are disseminating, right, the information. We are doing the research and we are coming with the truth and nothing but the truth. Now let us get now in the journey to show you people as it relates to the level of intoxicity, as it relates to the Jamaica Labour Party trying to hold on to the DPP for the obvious reason. Now we have seen, right, the effort and why the effort to hold on this DPP. Now this DPP, go.
Give me a minute there. There is so many names and there is so much platform, and that's the reason why I said all the others social media, right? All the others who is bringing the message, independent journalists. So not true, I did not call any name, I didn't left out, I bring the umbrella. All the others who are spreading the message, independent journalists. That's where it is.
Okay, thank
Go
you.
ahead,
For that. What people need to understand is just that, look, if we are to call, right, go through all the names, right, obviously we operate from what we call, right, muscle memory. So then we are not going to remember everything. human being, if you do the research, out of the 100% of information that we receive, human being, biologically speaking, scientifically speaking, only retain 30% of that. 30% of that. So people need to do the research. That's why when we are speaking several times, of course, we will make errors, right? And we are not going to remember everything, people. So don't just hold us, you understand, to be calling, right, other people name. And then the thing is that I have to say, for people who want to hold us to call other people name, are you holding those persons to call our names? I need to ask that question.
She's right.
For people who are asking us to call certain names, are you holding those persons equally? Because you have to be fair and balancing. Several times Mystic and Arrow appear calling a lot of names. And I can tell you that the lot of names that we are calling, some of these people names that we are calling, they never yet one time speak out of their mouth and mention a Mystic sensation. They have never.
He's right.
So please, to have equilibrium, to balance the situation, right? If you're going to ask us to call people names, likewise, ask them to call our names. And you will observe that some channel will never ever wanting to call our names. So please, please, let us set that record straight. Let us move on. Now, let us go into to show you how the extra effort why the Jamaica Labour Party want to keep this DPP, for the obvious reason, as a result of apparent corruption. Now, let us dig into that.
Which one?
Second extension.
Okay.
This is it. This is when we find out the question.
What? Oh, that's not. Okay. All right, it's shared. So 200.
Okay, so let us get into the second extension of DPP's tenure unconstitutional rules full court, right? April 19, 2024. Let us just play it and hear what this has to say.
Second extension of DPP's tenure unconstitutional, rules full court.
The move by the government to amend the Constitution to extend the tenure of Director of Public Prosecutions Paula Llewellyn is unconstitutional. The decision was handed down on Friday by the full court of the Supreme Court, which comprised 3 judges, Justice Sonia Wint-Blair, Justice Simone Wolfreis, and Justice Tricia Hutchinson Shelley. In an immediate reaction, Justice Minister Delroy Chuck said the government will appeal the judgment. The full court said the only lawful way to extend the current tenure of Llewellyn is by agreement between the Prime Minister of Jamaica and the Leader of Opposition. In July 2023, the Constitution was amended to move the retirement ages of the DPP and the Auditor General from 60 to 65. The opposition People's National Party, PNP, challenged the legality of the constitutional amendments. In delivering the judgment, Wint-Blair said the issue that the court had to decide was whether sections 96(1) and 121(1) of the Constitution of Jamaica were validly amended by the Constitution Amendment of Section 96(1) and 121(1) Act 2023. The facts, in brief, are that in July 2023, the Act was passed after a majority vote in both Houses of Parliament. The Act now contains sections 2(1), which increases the age of retirement of the DPP to 65, and Section 2(2) is a new section which gives the right of the DPP to elect to remain in office, despite the role of the Prime Minister and opposition leader regarding an extension of tenure. The DPP was first granted an extension in September of 2020 when she reached the age of 60, after requesting an extension in January of 2020. A second extension was sought by her in February of 2023, according to Wint-Blair, but it was initially declined by the Public Service Commission, PSC, in May of 2023. The PSC then cited constitutional limitations on the grant of a second extension, as well as the refusal of the Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, to grant the extension. Said Wint-Blair, following the PSC's decision, the act was passed. In response, Llewellyn submitted a letter to the PSC, electing to continue in office until the age of 65. The PSC approved a 2-year extension from September 21, 2023, and recommended that the Governor-General appoint the DPP, the judge said, adding that the Governor-General made the appointment on the recommendation of the PSC. Wint-Blair said Sections 2(1) of the Act is constitutional. It amended the Constitution of Jamaica relative to the retirement age of the DPP. A new provision to introduce into the Constitution by Sections 2(2) of the Act grants the DPP the option to remain in office after age 60, and this gives the DPP a level of authority not envisaged by the Constitution's framers, said Wint-Blair. Sections 2(2) of the Act is not a valid section, and is severed from the Constitution, because the process remains unchanged for extending the retirement age, said Wint-Blair. Therefore, the section, as ruled by the full court, is unconstitutional, null, void, and of no legal effect. In elaborating on the full court's decision, the judge said the current DPP, Llewellyn, has already reached the extended retirement age. This means that the application of Section 2(2) cannot lead to another extension in office by the way of an election on the part of the incumbent DPP, as this is unlawful, said Wint-Blair. She said Section 2(1) of the Act, as currently formulated, has raised the retirement age without addressing the extension of tenure in office. Consequently, any extension of the DPP's tenure under this section must adhere to the same process as previously outlined in the same Section 96(1) of the Constitution, which remains unchanged by the Act, Wint-Blair stated. She added, the only lawful method to extend the DPP's tenure remains by way of an agreement between the Prime Minister and the opposition leader. Given these considerations, there is no necessity to delve into the application of Section 2(1), nor does it require reading down, the judge said. Section 2(2) of the Act, according to Wint-Blair, is the offending provision, and she said the court holds that it is incompatible with the Supremacy Clause. In the final analysis, the judge said Sections 2(2) of the Act is an invalid constitutional amendment. Therefore, it is ordered to be severed from the Act, struck down, and declared as unconstitutional, null, void, and of no legal effect. The claimants for the PNP, Leader of Opposition Business in the Senate and Leader of Opposition Current Business in the House of Representatives, Peter Bunting and Philip Paulwell, respectively, had asked the Supreme Court to strike down the constitutional amendments that were passed by simple majorities in both houses of Parliament as being null and void. The opposition, in its claim, argued that the government hurriedly pushed the bill to amend the Constitution through Parliament, and maintained that it was not consulted on the matter. They further argue that the amendments were done in breach of the separation of powers principle. The opposition was represented by King's Counsel and noted constitutional lawyer, Michael Highton, and attorney Mikhail Williams. The Attorney General, who was named as the defendant in the case, was represented by the following attorneys: Senator Ransford Braham, KC, Alan Wood, KC, Nico Pagan, and Catherine Williams. Since the amendments were passed in late July last year, government officials have questioned the difficulty the PNP had with allowing the retirement age of the DPP to be increased.
Okay.
In fact, two cabinet ministers, Robert Morgan and Delroy Chuck, had repeatedly questioned the motive behind the PNP's constitutional motion, arguing that it references only the DPP, when the amendments also increased the retirement age of the Auditor General to 65 years. The Andrew Holness administration maintained that it acted lawfully in amending the Constitution to facilitate the increase of the retirement age for both public servants.
All right. Now, let me speak on that issue there, right? Because, of course, we know that it is the apparent corruption as it relates to why they want to keep the DPP. What I am going to do, my listeners, right, I am going to show, right, all Jamaicans and other persons who are listening to us, right, that the DPP is definitely derelict when it comes to her duty. Number one, the DPP also, right, show a gross way as it relates to being biased and quite selective in certain case that she wants to prosecute. Now, I'm going to present this case, and the case that I'm going to present, we are going to present a case with a Scotland Yard detective who has the evidence as it relates to a GLP member of parliament, right, conspire, right, to commit number 3. And the evidence was properly collected. And the DPP, what the DPP is saying to the police officer, and I want people to listen to me now in terms of what Paula Llewellyn said to the police officer. Paula Llewellyn said to the police officer that the police officer could have ignored her decision and go ahead and charge the member of parliament. People, I want you to listen to this now. Paula Llewellyn said that the police officer, and at the time that police officer was an assistant commissioner of police. This is a high-rank police. This is a police, right, who had been, right, a detective, high-grade detective, you understand, from Scotland Yard, right? Well-trained, a professional detective that is saying that Paula Llewellyn is corrupt. So then, let me show you the case for people to read and witness. When we are talking about Paula Llewellyn, we are not being biased. We know that Paula Llewellyn, right, is very selective as it relates to case that Paula Llewellyn want to prosecute. Look at this case, people, right? Let me just bring up this case to you. DPP cops could have ignored my advice.
Okay. Oops.
Hey, Byron.
Yes, Earl.
Just make it be clear that it is not alleged.
Yes.
It is not. It is not alleged. It is facts.
There are evidence collected, right? No allegation, as what Earl said, right?
Yeah.
As it relates to wiretap information, conversation of what was communicated, was captured. And the DPP, instead of the DPP insert herself, the DPP tried to discredit the witness. So look on this case. And the reason why I'm playing this case, after the DPP done this, right? A couple of years after, the DPP went to a seminar and was saying that the investigator and the prosecutor must work together. People, unbelievable. And I'm going to show people that evidence as well. So let us look at this evidence where Paula Llewellyn is saying that the cops could have ignored my advice. Yes, Paula Llewellyn, I have done the research and I make sure I collected the data. So without any delay, let us look on this case. Yes, Paula Llewellyn. Here it is, Paula. So we are not telling any lie here, no, Paula. We are not. Like, let me see them. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay, good. Thank you. All right. So, dear people, mystic sensation and aromatic. We don't come up here and telling lies on people.
Sir.
DPP, cops could have ignored my advice and arrested MP, member of parliament, on their own. People notice when this happened. Tuesday, August 16, 2016. Right? This is what happened August 16, 2016. And then the other day, it is Paula Llewellyn that we caught in a conference saying that investigators and prosecutors need to work together, right, to solve case, right? So here Paula Llewellyn now from 2016. Director of Public Prosecution, DPP Paula Llewellyn, says the Jamaica Constabulary Force could have ignored her recommendation and brought charges against parliamentarian James Robertson over the 2011 findings of a criminal investigation.
Well, and my brother, can you read over about the paragraph just so the people them can hear the name clearly, please?
Me know you love a piece, me know you love a piece, yeah. All right, but let me appease the request, sir. Director of Public Prosecution, DPP Paula Llewellyn, says the Jamaica Constabulary Force, JCF in bracket, could have ignored her recommendation and brought charges against parliamentarian James Robertson over the 2011 findings of a criminal investigation. The DPP issued a statement to the Gleaner this morning in response to a Miami Herald story quoting from Assistant Commissioner of Police Les Green. The case's lead investigator as saying there were sufficient. So people, here it is. Here's the evidence. The Commissioner of Police, Les Green, the case's lead investigator as saying there was sufficient evidence to bring charges against the Jamaica Labour Party representative for St. Thomas Western. Now, Llewellyn said in June 2011, her office sent its opinion to Green, raising question about the credibility of the witnesses and the need for independent corroborative material. Right? This is a decision that Paula Llewellyn should allow the case, right, to go into the judiciary, and the judge made that decision, not Paula Llewellyn. However, the DPP said she reminded the then senior cop that the JCF had the power to bring charges if it felt they were needed. Take that away, honey. I just want to show our Jamaican people as it relates to that particular case, right, where Paula Llewellyn, right, is saying that, okay, right, the Les Green, let me explain the case. Les Green, you read Dama, these people are so wicked and downright barefaced. They knew that the Auditor General was not a part of their plan, but for it not to look too bad, they add her to the fiasco. Shame, shame. Right, definitely you're right. So let me just explain the case. As a result of that case involving James Robertson, right? The assistant commissioner, right, dotted all the I's, crossed all the T's, right? Because the assistant commissioner knew very well that, of course, he's going up against a politician. And so then, of course, Les Green, who is a Scotland Yard police, and I tell you that Scotland Yard police is some of the best police in the entire world when it comes to investigation, right? You can research and you can be aware, make yourself cognizant of that information. They are some of the best in the world. And so then this man collected all the data, right, and brought it to Paula Llewellyn, right? And Paula Llewellyn, you understand, is utilizing delay tactics as what she's doing now, right? And apparently want to say that the witnesses, right, are not that credible, right? No, Paula Llewellyn should not have made that such decision. Allow the judge, you understand, my well-learned friend, right, to make such decision. It is the judge to decide on those matters, right? But the Constitution allowed Paula Llewellyn that she can start a case and stop a case. So then, by that sort of power, right, anointing upon Paul as it relates to the Constitution, you understand, she is wielding justice conveniently. And that is what Paula Llewellyn is doing. Now, people, let us show you how Paula Llewellyn is hypocritical when Paula Llewellyn now is now talking about now a conference the other day. Paula Llewellyn in her conference, right, talking about testicular fortitude and how it is an prudent prosecutor who need to collaborate with an investigator to make a case. Paula Llewellyn did not remember this with Paul Robertson. So people, without any further delay, let us go into the fiasco with Paula Llewellyn. Let us go in the fiasco. Let us do this wonderful work so far. Right? Let us get into the fiasco. Let us get in the fiasco with Paula Llewellyn here.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all distinguished participants, distinguished presenters. Young man, the only thing you forgot was Paula Vanessa Llewellyn. I love my middle name. I think that this conference has come at a very good time in our history. And of course, we know the big elephant that is in the room, but none of us here should be intimidated by it, because it's a conference like this that helps to reaffirm, reassure all of us that we are capable. And one of my favorite phrases, that after this conference, our testicular fortitude will be further entrenched.
Go ahead
to
and
meet
make
the challenges. Now, prosecuting financial crimes, I understand I have about 20 minutes, so I'm going to go through quickly. Okay. Who is the prosecution? The prosecution means not just the prosecutors who appear in court, but includes persons such as police officers and other state officials connected with the investigation and conduct of the case against the accused person. And this was reformulated by Mr. Justice Panton in the Jamaican Court of Appeal in a case involving a police officer as the accused, Harry Daly, and the Queen. So it means that even though the investigator may think, this information here that I've gathered, this statement, this video, this CCTV reel, it's not relevant. If the prosecution does not disclose it at a later date, that non-disclosure after a conviction in the Court of Appeal and the Privy Council, we can pay the penalty for it and the conviction will be quashed. So we are joined at the hip, the investigator and the prosecutor, to make the prosecution. So we have prosecutors being the clerk of courts in the parish court, prosecutors in the DPP's office, Crown Counsel. We have prosecutors with state agencies like MOCA, FID, Integrity Commission, and we have any external attorney who has a fiat from me to prosecute. Now, how does the prosecutor prosecute? The prosecutor.
Okay, hold on.
That especially in medical cases, you have case collaboration and case consultation with the investigator. It is an even more intelligent, astute, and wise investigator who makes sure that they never ever subjugate their common sense to that demon ego. And excess of ego will neutralize common sense, because ultimately, even if you gather all the evidence that you believe is relevant, if certain things are not picked up, certain challenges are not picked up from day one, loopholes are not closed, it may still mean that you go to court and the prosecutor is given a lemon, so to speak, and the case falls apart. So for strategic and effective investigations, to determine what investigative tools are best, determining the way to proceed in addition to the substantive charges, for example, larceny, fraudulent conversion, whether we're going to have forfeiture proceedings, civil recovery, money laundering charges to be laid, or whether you have criminal charges that are to be laid, whether they are appropriate, what is most appropriate. Case consultation is very valuable. And let me be quite clear. For, I would say, the average prosecutor, and I'm going to include myself as the average prosecutor.
Recordings just got better. Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so excited to announce that
Financial crimes to prosecute are not the most sexy topics that one likes to prosecute. And you have a lot of investigators, unless you have had specialized training and you have the particular proclivity in terms of being able, and some prosecutors have it, to really gather around and be energized by boxes of documents and papers. You tend to find for some investigators, some prosecutors, and indeed some judges, financial crimes are not particularly sexy. For some prosecutors, give us the run-of-the-mill murder, circumstantial evidence. Sometimes it gets very gory. Sometimes it gets very risky security-wise. But for some of us, nothing energizes you and gets the adrenaline going like the run-of-the-mill or extraordinary offense against the person. In respect of financial crimes, you have to, as a prosecutor, have a slightly different mindset in terms of the type of attention to detail and discernment that you must have in preparing your case, and in fact, collaborating with the investigators, especially if the investigators are more experienced in financial investigation than you as a prosecutor in prosecuting financial crimes. Now, I have here some investigative tools, and I'm not going to go into detail because I think you'll have my paper. You have under POCR, customer information orders, disclosure orders, orders to grant entry. You have search and seizure warrants under POCR, search warrants under the Financial Investigations Act. You have production orders and also accounting monitoring orders under POCR. So there are a variety of investigative tools. Investigators, you have to have that in your back pocket so that you are able to pivot depending on the challenge in, dare I say, lack of cooperation, whether telepathic or actual, that you will find on the ground, in the trenches. When you go to gather material, you have to be able to have this in your back pocket to converse and liaise with the prosecutor or prosecutors at your agency. And you have to be bold and decisive. There comes a time when cooperation that you are trying to get from persons who ought to assist you, especially in an entity that has suffered from fraud. There comes a time when you may find that you are just being, pardon me, being unforensic, you're getting some BS. You have to be discerning and be able to pick up the line of the delivery and adjust your stroke play on a dime, in a second. And if it is that you have to show, let me call it, that muscular rigor as an investigator, you must not hesitate. No matter, I tell people all the time, you will always get my smile, but in the twinkling of an eye, in the public interest, I do not hesitate to go for the
Come
jugular,
on.
if I
Come on,
must.
lady.
I will go for the jugular, get the
Come on.
conviction on the evidence, and be the first person to say to defense counsel, are you thinking of calling character evidence?
Fool yourself.
But I have done the job.
Yes. All right. Let us take that away, right? As it relates to what Paula said. Let us welcome Maria, right? As it relates to Daisy Magazine. And we want your
Queen is in the house.
Greetings, my brothers and sister, and to everybody in the chat. A blessed Friday evening, and I'm listening to the program, and you know, I'm just listening to what Paula was saying a while ago, and that financial crimes are not sexy to prosecute, and I'm thinking to myself, then why then are you a prosecutor? All crimes should be. It's not about sexy. I mean, how does that come into the picture? You know what I'm saying? So
Exactly.
is that why SSL is not being prosecuted?
Because it is not
Kind of
sexy to
makes
prosecute.
it is not sexy to prosecute, but to prosecute the poor people's children using circumstantial evidence or using tainted juror is easier for her. I have a problem with that. It's very problematic because as a prosecutor, I thought they would be trained in various fields, and I do understand that you need specially trained persons to prosecute financial crimes, but I'm quite sure they exist within her office. And if somebody run afoul of the law, they should be prosecuted, whether or not it is sexy to do so. This sounds more like they are my friends. Why am I prosecuting them? You know, she's too. It's a situation where she's too close to comfort. She's too close to the people, so she cannot prosecute the people because she's running in the same circles with them. Because there's no separation from her office, of her position, or her former position, because she's no longer the DPP. There was no separation of her position from these people. She has not divested herself of these people, so she cannot prosecute them. And therein lies the problem. So the corruption continues. So we need a prosecutor who will prosecute all criminals, whether or not it is sexy to do so, financial crimes and otherwise. Aromatic, enough respect.
All right.
That's my sister.
Okay,
go ahead.
Daisy, our condolences to you. We understand that your aunt passed, and no, it's a trying time for you right now, but thank you so much for joining in, and our condolences to you and the entire family.
Thank you, Anne-Marie and Baron and Aromatic. I appreciate it. Yes, she was my mom's last little sister. So I have one aunt who is still alive. She's 94. This aunt was 81. Yeah, she got a stroke, not this Wednesday, last Wednesday, and she died this Wednesday. And she was in the Spanish Town Hospital. And you see, when we advocate for healthcare, we're not doing so for ourselves. We're doing so for the people who we know are suffering. And then when it comes on your doorstep, it's another experience altogether. Another experience altogether, you know. But thank you very much for your condolences. I appreciate it.
Definitely.
You're welcome.
Right. So Aram, Paula said that, you know, it's a wise prosecutor, right, and a wise investigator work, right,
together,
and them in collaboration, right, to prosecute a successful case, right. But there you have it, as it relates to the previous clip that I played, right, when the Assistant Commissioner Les Green wanted to work with Paula Llewellyn. Right? Paula Llewellyn is finding all sorts of reasons for that case not to go forward. Right? You have anything to say, Aro, before I move on?
All right. She don't prosecute financial because I guess she's not experienced or it's not sexy. And then she don't prosecute murder like Patrick Bailey. So that means that she needs to left because you can't do nothing.
No, Mr. Right.
You cannot do nothing.
Which you're right.
You can't prosecute the man, them a thief money, and you can't prosecute murder. So you're not good at your job, so you just need to leave.
You need to leave.
Right? All right. Anyway, my brother,
Yes.
as you said, she said that investigator and the prosecutor must work hand in hand
Yes.
to solve a case.
Yes.
And she said, if you are not experienced and that investigator is more experienced than you, you should listen to what that investigator is saying.
Yes.
West Green
Yes.
is more experienced than you where this is concerned.
Exactly.
So if that's the case, then why you push out and the question demand investigation?
Yes, what I'm
Because
saying.
you just said so. If the person is more experienced than you step back and make them do them work. But when the man bring the finding to you, what did you do? Because the Constitution gives you the right to start a case
Yes.
and to end a case.
Yes.
And you said the police should step over you and prosecute.
Yes.
But you have the power to come back in if the police did not prosecute and prosecute the case. But
Yes.
what you use the Constitution to do is not prosecute.
Exactly. Using the Constitution conveniently.
Yes. To not prosecute when the evidence is there. So that's why the man come back now and tell us, if I'm an assistant of police, let's green. In telling us, Jamaica he has painted Jamaica of island, of a backward police system.
Yes.
And because of people like Paula Llewellyn, it wasn't the small rank and file let's green was having problem with,
No.
It was these people up top.
Up top.
So man make the world be clear. Say, listen me, this is a backward police system. And him now going to be a part of it. So a man exit.
So that's why he exited.
You understand? But she pick and choose.
Exactly.
Who she want to prosecute.
Conveniently.
She prosecute. Listen, I'm not. People think, oh, he's partisan. No, I am not. I'm not partisan, and I am not biased. I just speak the truth, and if you cannot manage the truth, I can't help you. Brian Spencer, you say you go prosecute him, you don't find nothing. The traffic guru scandal, when you know say it was a gift. This was not taxpayers' money. This was a gift from a Dutch firm to the People's National Party. And run down the stream with it with a political thing and make it seem like it was corruption. It was no corruption. You try to prosecute that, you lose it.
Exactly.
You prosecute a ninja man, send him to prison. You prosecute a Five Cartel, send him to prison. So you pick and choose who you want to prosecute.
Exactly. Exactly. Hit them
when you
out.
come on to the PMP, he got hype. Can't wait till night come down. For daylight tomorrow. Because me have to hold them. Because at the end of the day, she come, who bring this lady on?
It is Bruce Gollings.
And who continue with her?
Andrew Hornet, sir.
The lady about 99 now, You understand the lady about 99 now? Past retirement age, too much time. Byron, me wouldn't mind if right now me could have get retirement age.
Yeah, she's in her 60s.
And she's in her weird 60s, but me I tell her, say younger people out there now wouldn't mind if they get retirement.
Yes,
and you are in your 60s. If you want to be Andrew Holness, them personal worker, go there, you go do them maid work.
She's like
the country and a fool no. The country and for Andrew. The country and for the GLP. So when you want something personal, you take them on the yard and make them go work for no brother. Go make them be on maid or something on the yard. But you can't come use the government as a personal thing.
But watch this now, Arrow. She rushed Trafigura to prosecute Trafigura while Trafigura wasn't in a criminal case.
Oh,
but
brother.
look at this case now. Look at this case that I'm going to present. Watch here now, Arrow. This is how we catch them. This is how we catch them. That's why Cliff Hughes is now telling them that, look here, you GLP social media warrior, don't go there and talking about you want to compete with the PNP revolutionist, right? With You understand? Because guess what? Your narrative is going to be flatline as it relates to your propaganda.
It is.
That's what Previews is saying. Now, let us look at this case. That this case has all the evidence for prosecution. And what Paula Llewellyn did with this case, I am going to put it to the public, right, for the public to see what Paula Llewellyn had done with this case. And yet Paula Llewellyn is saying that the investigator and the prosecutor need to work, you understand, in a collaborative manner, you understand, to have a successful prosecution. And so then, Paula Llewellyn, you know the law, Paula Llewellyn. You know that, okay, if a case is going to take too long, you should now find ways and means in terms of informing the investigators that, look, we have X amount of time to prosecute this case. Please gather all the necessary evidence and let us have this case put in the judiciary. Paula, if you were working with the investigators, you would have done that. But no, it involved, you understand, the koro in your party. You understand? Because, of course, you're highly political. Now, let us look on this case. Let us look how Paula Llewellyn deal with this case, people. Let us look how Paula Llewellyn deal with this case. And when we touch the Integrity Commission report, and that is one of the reasons why they want Paula Llewellyn here.
Yes.
Right? The Integrity Commission report that we are going to read next, is going to show the people them why them really need Paula Llewellyn there when people see the level of corruption. It is just unbelievable. NWC president and his wife to escape criminal charges despite breaching NRCA Act, January 11, 2024. Come on, Paula. Let us see if you are working with the police to prosecute these cases. Suspended head of the National Water Commission, Mark Barnett, and his wife, attorney at law, Annette Francis Barnett, will not face criminal charges despite being found guilty. Let me read back over. Despite being found guilty of breaching the National Resources Conservation Authority Act, the NRCA. In a ruling dated January 10, 2024, Director of Public Prosecution Paula Llewellyn said, though the allegation against the two support the laying of criminal charges, so you are admitting that, Paula Llewellyn, against Mark Barnett and Annette Francis Barnett for breaching the environmental permit, which is an offense under the NRCA, the initiation of prosecution is time sensitive. Yes, utilizing time sensitive statute of limitation. That's what you're good for, Paula. And it having not been initiated within 12 months, which you didn't know before, you should have worked with the police. You know about the 12 months of breach being identified. The criminal action is now statute bar because you want to save them, Paula. You want to save them. Therefore, there can be no prosecution. Oh, look at you, Paula Llewellyn. In a ruling, the DPP noted that the report and investigation conducted by the Integrity Commission, IC, that's why the Integrity Commission, the time crunch your backside, highlights the failure of the functionaries to treat with and escalate the observed breaches of the NRCA and said, this inaction conclusively barred any section being effective consequent upon a successful prosecution. Paula Llewellyn, you should have, like the Saint-Kitts DPP, put the case in the judiciary and make the judge decide on this. Not you. Not you, Paula Llewellyn, but what you do. Sit and you conveniently insert yourself in cases that you want to insert yourself in and cases that you don't want to insert yourself in, right? You sit there, right, and wasted people's time, wasting taxpayers' money, and then you come and talk about statute bar, right? It's a disgrace. The DPP was responding to an Integrity Commission report tabled in Parliament last October, which was submitted to her for a ruling, right? The IT investigation report concerns allegations of irregularities in the approval and post-permit monitoring process in relation to the construction of a residential development by the Barnett at 11 Charlemont Drive, Kingston 6. Let us look in the findings to show you how corrupt this DPP is. In his findings, the IT Director of Investigator, Kevin Stevenson, concluded that building planning and environmental permits required for the construction of a development consisting of 12 one-bedroom units at the Upper St. Andrew premises were issued by the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation. Boy, I'm sorry for you know, I'm full of corruption for entity, you know. My goodness. And the National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, to Barnett and his wife. No, but I talk about NEPA. This year in the Prime Minister office. Prime Minister office no gone in Prime Minister office, and him going to fling them the delay them, you know, because he knows say all of them the little thing they have to get piece of the cake. You have to get a slice out of the cake. The Director of Investigator concludes that Mr. Mark Barnett and Mrs. Annette Frances Barnett breached the building planning and environmental permits which were issued by the KSMAC and NEPA for the development of the DI's conclusion. The Director of Investigation conclusion is premised on the fact that the reference development consists of 6 two-bedroom units and 6 three-bedroom units instead of 12 one-bedroom units. When you see the Karakara, this and I'll show you say, all right, the KSMAC now, you understand, a pay kickback this, you know, money on the table and all of that, and NEPA, you understand, that sits in the Prime Minister office. NEPA particularly run the lay and hold upon the lay tactics, and then Andrew want to start Paul and say, come now, time come now. You understand, nobody charge, statute bar. You understand, we hold you out for the 12 months. It's statute bar. What a piece of corruption in Jamaica, people. Now, the DI concludes that there was a clear intention on the part of Mr. Mark Barnett and Mrs. Annette Frances Barnett to contravene the terms of the building and planning permit, which was issued by KSMAC, said the report, as it was pointed out that in there was another clause which indicated that the Barnetts would retain ownership of 2-bedroom units and 2 3-bedroom units. See the kickback there? See the kickback there right there? So take the document there away. You know, they show the people of the corruption, you know, mystic sensation, aromatic, you know, easy around here. Right? People, the clear corruption arrow. Now, let us, as ladies before gentlemen.
Yes.
Murray, Sister Murray.
Yes, hold on.
What do you have to say about that nice beef there? Oh, all right. Sister Maria is busy. All right. Since
all right. So the Barnetts.
Yes.
Let us make it be clear.
Yes.
That these lawbreakers.
Yes, I like
wrongdoers.
Because they are.
This family just received 13 million over the last 6 months. Remember in their yard pan leaf or something.
Yes, yes, he is.
And this administration make it a point of them duty to pay out 13 million out of taxpayers' fund.
Yes.
To this lawbreaker.
Yes. And plus the people who retain the seat, right, while he's on whatever he's on, right? So it is double charge on taxpayers.
Double on us. Yeah. So the thing about it, Byron, the Barnett, they use them as a face.
Yes.
But this apartment, who is the real owner?
Well, that's a very good question.
Where does the Barnett get money to build apartment?
Yes.
You know, see, it's somebody they use the Barnett, them not so big and bold, you know. Just watch it trend, you know. Them not so big and bold, man. Forget to build 10 one-bedroom and then flip it in a 6-3 and in a how much 2. They are not that bold.
Yes, but let the people understand that structure formulated through what we call shell company, and we know how that goes when we talk about shell company and the possibility of who may involve
that company, who may involve in that company.
Exactly.
So when we see these guys at the front, we know that they are not, because this apartment,
yes,
it's have the similar design to some other apartments.
Yes. And let us insert this as well, because you and I have to work like Michigan and Smiley on the entertainment basis, right?
Yes, which is right.
That's funny.
Watch this. Watch this now. Remember that NEPA is in the Prime Minister's office, sir. Go ahead.
The land agency also, to transfer your title and so forth, it is in the Prime Minister's office as well.
There you
So
go.
this is a coordination thing that is taking place. That's what I mean. So I'm just saying that we are putting up people at the front because we person can put ourselves up there. But when you check the record and follow the money,
exactly,
it is leading to one set of people. And one set of people make the development then. Nobody is not Jamaican have no money, Byron. To make them kind of development there. So it's just easy to just trace it, figure it out.
Yes.
See where it's land. And then at the end of the day, is to know that this man violate the law.
Yes.
And you have him sit down and yard. And they pay him 13 million for the last 6 months. It is telling me, brother, that we are in big trouble. And the only way we can get out of this.
All right. Bless up.
Is the come next year, because they won't call it this year, because the reality what them are look on this right now, them not think about to call it this year, but their biggest problem is the longer I take, I worse it get.
Yes.
But you know, Aromatic, and I see Ratigan there, and I know Baron must want to introduce Ratigan. Greetings, Rati. Much respect, much respect.
I was just waiting until Aromatic complete.
Yeah.
Welcome again, Rati, to the program. You understand, it's a blessing having you. Right? All the time, sir. All right, Mari.
Yes.
You
yes.
can go.
You know, I'm listening to.
How was your daughter's birthday celebration?
It was great, man. It was great. Oh, I please, you know, I just big up the man with the zinc fence and the blue drum. All right, that's right there.
Yeah.
Okay. No move.
Right.
Byron, everything, all right?
Yes, man. All right.
Hey, me just send you something, you know. Me just send you something, you know. Look for your thing there, you know.
Okay, all right.
Yes, blessed.
Yeah. I was listening to Aromatic, and I'm thinking to myself that we are, you know, the reason the Barnett can do things. Yeah, my brother. Yeah, the reason that the Barnett can do those things, get away with it, go home, sit down, collect a salary while they're on, you know, they're being investigated, is set from the top. Andrew Holness is running on 3 years now. 3 years, one statutory declaration not certified. 2 years, the other one's not certified. The third year, we don't know whether or not he's yet to file. And he's still allowed to be prime minister. He's still allowed to call an election, and nobody's holding him accountable. Now, when you see these things happening at that level, why do you think the people, even in civil servants, public servants, other ministers of government, other members of parliament, why do you think they won't follow suit? He has set the example. He has set the standard. And the standard is that there's no standard. There's no law for Andrew to go. So if he's doing it and getting away with it, no one can hold them accountable, because they can point their finger and say, but are you holding the prime minister accountable? It shouldn't be that way, but that's the way it is. So unless and until we hold those in higher office accountable, we will always have the fish downstream behaving wayward. wayward. This trend has to be set from the top. If it's not set from the top, we're always going to have this kind of problem. Then you look at his wife with the $800 million project, and she's in court as the speaker, as a member of parliament. So what is she doing? Is she running her business, or is she doing the business of governing the country, which is of more importance to her? And then you hear all these other stories of her having other properties. The lease flat project is the one that we know about. What about the ones that we don't know about? So this is the acceptable way of doing business as a government in Jamaica right now as we speak. That is the accepted way. So everybody is falling in line and making sure they get a piece of the pie. That is the problem that we are having. And if it is not dealt with soon, we're going to have a serious problem down the line as it relates to continued lack of resources, continued education systems failure, continued problems with the healthcare system, continued problems with national security, and a continued crime problem. Because while they are enriching themselves, the poverty is out of control. It's all well and good to say, oh, but the unemployment numbers are down. Oh, really? But poverty is up. So which is more important? Poverty is up, which is a measurement to how effective your economy is working. So all that we are saying, if we do not hold those at the top accountable, then we're grasping at straws.
So true.
I can just finish off that one, Maria. So she said the jobs rate is down.
Yes.
But pretty lasting is up.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, man. All right. Come on, that's going in Jamaica, man.
Okay, Urel, say your piece, Urel. Come in, take a slice.
What are people here? Let me see. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Good night to the panelists.
Blessed.
I don't know the people here. Them people are some other people take everybody else in the world for fool. And we are some dumb idiots. We don't know nothing. But I want to jump a little bit to a little side group that the GLP have in their so-called arsenal, what they call germs to killer G2K. Right?
Right.
I noticed that this, and I wonder if people don't understand that this party is from the inception, everybody about this party is about corruption. Okay,
Right.
how can the G2K come out now and talk about Dwayne Vaz to resign? Eh?
Destruction, my brother. Destruction.
We don't know the people. When
I remember.
you know, every time, Byron.
Yes.
I used to complain to you about your caution about your blood pressure.
Yes.
But them people are really get under your skin, really. Seriously.
Exactly.
Come on, don't wish I never look out or wish ears never listen true. Why they can come up with something we can talk about part their fingers.
It's crazy.
Their responses out of convenience is what they want to respond to. They turn a blind eye to other things and pick what they want to respond to.
All right.
You hear our lovely DPP, right? Telling the country that Les Green could have prosecuted because Les Green is something to prosecute.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything to prosecute, so if Les Green want to go on, she can go on. As the public prosecutor, right? I don't see nothing wrong with what Robertson I do. Right? So I don't have the time for that. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We don't know, Virgin.
Yes,
Why? It reached an all-time low. I'm gonna think a law is probably a wrong word to use in this because I think I know something can go on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But real after it reach a low, it only can go back and vice like you, vice like Maria, vice like Ratty, vice like Mystic, vice like Mind, vice like all the others.
Yes.
We are going to take it back.
All right. Exactly.
Yeah, man.
Exactly.
Yes, man.
So Ratty, yes, I am not just going to just ask you anything blindly, right? I am going to ask your input after we get into the investigation report, Integrity Commission report, because Ratty, inside of that report, you know, we are seeing some things, but boy, trust me, it's a shame. So I will ask you, so just sit back and relax. We have 2 more clips, right? And then we get now into the Integrity Commission investigation report, where the mess spill all over the place. Right. So then, you know, we're just going to make everyone take a bite.
Let me just mind my manners here. You know, good evening to everyone on the on the program here. And okay, good evening to everyone on the program, and to you, Mystic, the sensational ones, for having me and the others on, you know, because together, united, we're a powerful force to contend with, and that's something that the government will have to deal with. And I'll let you go through the thing, but we have some announcements to make, you know.
Of course.
And,
you know what?
you see the thing we send you. You see the thing we send you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I glean at that, you know.
Yes.
Sunday. Yes, sir.
Yes. Before we get into, because I know that the people are here anticipating for me to get into the investigation report. So I have to prepare that document to put up, right? Because we want to put that up, you understand, and where the people see it. And then we get into the investigation report after we put up.
So you want me to put up that document?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Hold on. I was trying to get it up before. Let me try another way.
So
it wasn't letting me do it. Okay, let me try it this way. Let's do it this way. The time I upload it. Let me see who that is. Done.
Herb. All right.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson.
Welcome, Herb, to the program, sir. How are you doing?
Ladies, Miss Anne Marie and Sir Byron. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir Aromatic, Daisy.
Listen, Mr. Nelson.
Uriel, and the man himself. The man that Jamaicans in the government love to hate.
Happy Friday. Okay.
Greetings, Sir Herb. Love your red.
I'm Maria. Yes, I'm red. Man, I have to get out to you. Let me tell you, I thought the winter was over. And then it started changing on me. I had to go get medication.
Me too.
Yeah. I was away, so I didn't get to fill the wife's medication. She completely run out the day after I left. So I said, man, I can't believe this. So I had to go get it tonight from up at the doctor's office. So it took me a while. But thank you guys, and I apologize to your listeners for not time. Yeah. So what's a good word? Did Chuck get the illicit 6 list yet or exonerated? Anybody here?
Well, we are going to dig we're going to dig into some of the investigation report, Sir Herb. What my wife and I had observed, it's really alarming, right? And I think one of the MPs, let me say this, right, that we wanted to have the understanding of the status where she's concerned, right? It's also in this report, right? So then, of course, we can after we read out that report, then we will just dissect it.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, so Mr. Ratty, I'm going to share the document now that you just sent. Okay, let me just. Okay.
All right.
I don't know if everyone can see it.
Go back to 200%.
It's at 200.
175%.
Oh, sorry. There.
No, it's just what it is a press release, and it is it's informing people in Jamaica that we are going to have a protest a week from today. Actually, it's less than a week from today because it will be over by 1:00 p.m.
Exactly.
But
you want me to read it out, Ratty?
Yeah. What the hell? Yeah.
Exactly.
Go ahead, man. Read it out.
All right. Here we have it, people. Here we have it. As it relates to Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council. Right, press release, protests, New York City on May 10th, 2024. So people, here it is, right? Make sure that we pull out in numbers. The Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, in association with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and their supporters, will stage a protest against the government of Jamaica on Friday, May 10th, 2024, in front of the Jamaican consulate located at 300E 42nd Street, New York City. The demonstration will highlight some of the issues impacting the lives of Jamaicans and are tarnishing brand Jamaica, including but not limited to bulletin point, the Prime Minister's promise in 2016 that Jamaicans would be able to sleep with their windows and doors open has not been fulfilled. We know how that go. We want to take the chance and go sleep with them. So we know how that go. Now, the Prime Minister bulletin number 2, the Prime Minister's statutory declaration, that is financial disclosures for 2021 and 2022 have not been verified by the Integrity Commission, IC, the country's anti-corruption agency, Pupa Jesus. Now we know that the 2023 is not going to be certified, right? Now we know that Andrew Willis is a billionaire. I wonder how he will explain that. Let us move to bulletin point number 3. The Prime Minister and his cabinet received anti-corruption training, but have refused to sign the good governance, the code of conduct. Let me tell you something. This looked like some premeditated business that he had long time. So them decide, say, watch out. No, we go sign here, man, because we don't want, after we sign it, we have been held accountable. So make we not sign it because we know what we're going to do. You understand? Seems like it's a premeditated move the Prime Minister make on Jamaican people. The bulletin points, the government of Jamaica implemented states of emergency that violated fundamental rights and freedom protected by the Constitution. So many times, the government of Jamaica amended the Constitution to extend the tenure of the Director of the Public Prosecution, and we want to know why. But of course, we do know why, that the government of Jamaica wanted to extend this DPP. It is not like that this DPP has an astute record. Of course, the DPP has a record as it relates to prosecuting high-profile case, right? Her record is very terrible, but yet they wanted her. Well, for the obvious reason, right, is to cover up their corruptions. Bulletin point. The government of Jamaica raised the salary of legislators by approximately 200%. Civil servants receive a paltry increase of 20%. My goodness, this is what breaks the back of our middle class. Just imagine. I could stress on this a bit as it relates to what our middle class, right, are receiving meagerly salary that they can hardly keep them up for the month, right, while these politicians, right, going away with between 12 to 15 million upon approximately as it relates to Andrew Holness, 28 million, I think. And Juliet Owens, roughly about 15 million. Can you imagine? And our civil servant is just barely taking home partially $5 million per year. This is ultimate wickedness. And so a move like this, right, damage our middle class, right, have to force some of these people out of our country, right, to migrate. Hence, Jamaica now is now experiencing what we call a brain drain society, because of course our technocrats are leaving for the right reason as it relates to upward mobility for them and their family. Bulletin point: rampant corruption and at the Ministry of Education is grossly affecting the quality of education provided to the students. And let me extend on this point. We know that what is his name? The Royal Reed was supposed to return to court on January 12, 2024 under the prosecutional powers of Paula Llewellyn, right? It seems to be keeping as hush, right? No one is hearing anything about that. Investors, including Usain Bolt, have been impacted by the SSL scandal. Well, here are. Maybe someone has said, I'll get a youth is a star. And the one star what we have, see, then take off the shine off for the star. Let us move on. In January 2024, the Auditor General reported that 1.7 trillion, this now hurt my feelings. No, so when we talk about diaspora, we're not talking about no government sitting with them, sit up with them friend, something with them bitch up and call it diaspora. Government spies. You understand, want to be replicated as diaspora. This is what the diaspora is talking about. This is the organic diaspora. Every bulletin points here is hitting on the issues, right, that we are concerned with. $1.7 trillion people, you know what I could have done? That could formulate social programs for Jamaica who are well needed of such. We have bridges that have been broken down, right? Disrupting free commute to and fro, right? Disrupting people's life. And here you have a government, 1.7 trillion US dollars. Lord Jesus, a pay fingersmith in the parliament. Let's move on to the next bullet point. The government of Jamaica 2016 and 2020 promises to resolve the water drought issue have been largely unfulfilled. And, just because the people in Westmoreland, Wifey, and Hanover, you understand, vote them out, But you have no controlled drought. What we call controlled drought, you understand, specifically punishing the people. You understand, you have one man of 10 tanks, you understand, claim to be now chucking water to people overnight. You understand, we wonder where you get the water from now.
No, man.
Byron. And then go turn on it.
Byron.
Yes, Aaron.
No, man, no things, because they might use diesel down Westmoreland and reverse osmosis. So,
yes.
No, brother.
So let's just talk about the true organic. When we say organic, right, we're talking about people in the diaspora, people out of the boundaries of Jamaica, defending our Jamaican home and abroad. We the diaspora, of course, we have the future to get back home, to relax in a life of comfort, and to make sure that we experience some peace and tranquility. And so then again, I will remind people as it relates to the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation to serve itself as a resistance, right? As it relates to, of course, people who are fighting for us, the Rattigan, Herb Nelson, right? And Dr. Francis, right? So people, please ensure that on May 10th, 2024, please tune in. Please join us in New York or watch the event live on YouTube and our other social media platform to include Sutherland TV, youtube.com/reggae dub scene, right? youtube.com Run Things Record, Facebook Wayne Lonesome Brown, Jamaican Carlos on Facebook, Make We Talk, Jeffrey Tavares, and of course, when you hear me up here the talk, you know, see this to me down at the bottom. No. You don't like a mystic sensation, take it away with the bottom business, you know. I have to protect them this far. You want me to take the top of the paper. All right.
Somebody was asking a question about if the gleaner can refuse to run the ad.
Okay.
So Mr. Rattigan, take that away.
Nah. money gone already, and it's signed and sealed. Yeah, because would I love not more than for file a lawsuit, you know? So
tell them not to play with you around, man. Don't play with you around here.
We would have loved not more than for file a lawsuit. Contract signed and sealed, man.
All right. Okay, all right. Let us press the gas and get into the meat of the matter. Let us bring up this Jamaica Gleaner OPM mum on status of honest statutory declaration. What?
Daisy fell off.
Okay.
Sure, it's been shared. Okay.
All right. Let us look here. Right. OPM mum on status of honest statutory declaration. The Office of the Prime Minister, you know. Mum on the status of honest statutory declaration, October 4th, 2023. See him there? Bossy billionaire, this, you know. Bossy billionaire.
Right.
There is a radio silence from Jamaica House about whether Prime Minister Andrew Honest's 2022 statutory declaration has been certified. No, it's not certified. Let me tell you the answer from now. Amid indications from opposition leader Mark Golding that he has certification from the Integrity Commission. Questions emailed to the Office of the Prime Minister and copied to Honest on Tuesday morning were not answered up to press time last night. When go answer? You know, they're not certified, not go answer. The OPM was asked to confirm whether the Prime Minister's statutory declarations for 2022 and 2021 were certified, and whether he had received notifications from the IC about the status of the declarations. The Gleaner also sought responses from the IC to confirm whether it had certified both Honest and Golden filings, but the body said that it is unable to make comment regarding same, except to say that it is and has been operating in compliance with the previous of Section 42, subsection 3 of the Integrity Commission Act. Section 42, subsection 3 says, where upon examination of a statutory declaration, the Director of Information and Compliance is satisfied that the statutory declaration has been duly completed, he shall so inform the Commission, and Commission shall A, cause to be issued to the public official or parliamentarians, as the case may be, confirmation thereof in writing. B, notwithstanding the provisions of Section 56, cause to be published a summary of statutory declaration made by the Prime Minister, the leader of the opposition, right, in the Gazette. The IC, in its 2022 annual report, said that the third schedule is its primary data collection tool, which aids with the determination of a declarant network to ensure that any growth in assets or reduction in liabilities are sufficiently. Hold on, people. I want to note this, you know. Let me go back over and read it clearly. What being communicated here. Let me go behind the semicolon and read it. You know, as a matter of fact, let me start over the entire paragraph so that people, it's ribbit in a people's head. in terms of where I'm going as it relates to Juliet Owner's $800 million apartment. Let us go back and read back this paragraph so that it can read it in the people's head. The IC, in its 2022 annual report, said that the third schedule is its primary data collection tool, which aids with the determination of a declarant's net worth. To do what? To ensure that any growth in assets, let's just talk about this a little bit. You remember when I spoke about Juliet Owner's started her the development in 2012, right? And she started with roughly about maybe $47 million, right? And as time progressed and more development added to the things added to the development, right? It changes in value. At the time when Andrew Owner's put in his statutory declaration for 2019, this is the reason why Mystic Sensation is saying, as it relates to Mrs. Owner's $800 development, I am not seeing it anywhere there in their business and investment. Under that line, this should be communicated. And I am not seeing that there. Because what Juliet is saying to the judge, that her $800 million, right, project is in dilemma. And so here, the Integrity Commission here is clearly saying it to ensure that any growth in assets or reduction in liabilities are sufficiently supported by legitimate income. Papa Holding, go explain that. Lord Jesus, because I explain. Not 2019, $171 million. There
we go.
Okay.
Put it back. Uriel fell off as well.
Okay. So there you go, $171 million, you know, right? In Mr. Andrew Owner's statutory declaration for 2019, and yet Juliet Owner's development alone cover all of that, you know. Cover all of that. So people, I wanted to show you this, you know. Want you to show this evidence, you know. Right? In liabilities are sufficiently supported by legitimate income. Okay. The IC said that the legitimacy of the assets, liabilities, and income declared by declarants must be validated by the Commission's research and third-party verification processes. In the first instance, to what? Ensure that there is no concealment. No concealment. We take time to hear about some green shop from one backside place then. Papa Jesus. So simply put, the Commission must ensure that there is no illicit enrichment. Hey, now bring them the set of argument to Andrew. Andrew prior to certifying a statutory declaration, it said, in May, the Prime Minister expressed concern that the 2021 document that revealed its income, assets, and liability had not been published by the IT, but Andrew Owner's. Boy, I see the cockatoo and bright. Just imagine, you would have showed the Integrity Commission, right? As it relates to your 2021 statutory declaration. And if the Integrity Commission not seeing Juliet Owner's development under business and investment, or you expect that they are going to verify it? But it's easy. He said then that he was in the dark. You're in the dark, you're always in the dark, you know. You're always in the dark. And you're always a poor Jamaican people in the dark. As to what was preventing the Commission from publishing his statutory declaration. You understand? You're always in the dark. One of the time you live in a one room boathouse, and the next time you live in a 1-2 room board house. Come in at the light and tell me the truth, man. Which is a requirement under the law. The IC maintained that it was not in a position to certify the Prime Minister declaration. No, it can't. Take that away because we are not going any further because we will want to touch the integrity investigation report for the people that so go on here. Right? Now, let me just get into this. So, my ardent listeners, last week when I revealed the investigation report as it relates to the Integrity Commission report, I spoke of a name in that report. And I want to show the result of that particular name. So what I'm going to show is going to show that this person has now been resigned and making preparation now to face the judiciary. Let us look on this, and then now we get into the investigation report. So we're going to use him now as a precursor to start our investigation report. Let us go overlay the TikTok. Junior, 849 in the overlay. So let us use him for the introduction of our report. All right.
Thirdly, the investigation report into concerns that Mr. Charlton McFarlane, an employee of Registrar General's Department, RGD, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022 in breaches of the Integrity Commission's Act. That Mr. Charlton McFarlane, an employee of Registrar General's Department, RGD, failed to file his statutory declarations with the Integrity Commission for the years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022 in breaches of the Integrity Commission's Act. And thirdly, the investigation report into concerns that Mr. Charlton McFarlane, an employee of Registrar.
Okay. So last week when we run out and we said, what happened to the responsibility of mainstream media? Right? Mainstream media need to need to dig in, right? And expose these things for clarity, transparency, right, to the public. You don't have to wait on social media to be doing that, right? The mainstream, right, need to understand. You understand that good governance, you understand it's all about transparency, good governance, and more mainstream media need to get into the report and reveal these people. So we are giving Gleaner Company, kudos to the Gleaner Company to do that, right? Expose them, let people, you understand, know them. Now, all right, panel, we are going to go into the investigation report of the Integrity Commission. This is what majority of the people are anticipating. And when we finish, right? So for tonight, how much we are doing for? Okay, we'll be releasing 4 tonight, right? And then of course we are going to dissect that. So let us get into the first investigation report. Let us bring up that and get into that.
Okay. So we want to do the first.
Yes,
one, the Barnett.
exactly.
Okay.
All right. So for the panel who have pen and paper, can just make important points that when we are going to dissect, we dissect on the subject matter precisely, right? So let us reveal it to the people, right? Chapter 1, executive summary. This investigation report concerns allegation of irregularities in the approval and post-permit monitoring process in relation to the construction of a residential development located at 11 Charlemont Drive, Kingston 6. This is okay. Bring that back up. Construction of a residential development located at 11 Charlemont Drive, Kingston 6. I think this is one of the report that the DPP, right, inserted herself and did not prosecute this one. The report confirms that the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation, KSMAC, and the National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA, issued building, planning, and environmental permits to Mr. Mark Barnett and Mistress Annette Francis Barnett in relation to a residential development located at 11 Charlemont Drive, Kingston 6, for the development of 2 3-story blocks consisting of 12 one-bedroom units, notwithstanding the terms of the permits. The erected development consists of 2-bedroom units and 3-bedroom units in breach of the permit issued. Recommendations are made herein into the Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation and the National Environment and Planning Agency in an effort to prevent recurrence of the referred breaches. Report of investigation concerning allegations of irregularities in the approval process, which led to the construction of a residential development located at 11 Charlemont Drive, Kingston 6, right? Okay, let us get down to the allegation. Consequent on allegation received, the investigation was commenced on September 5th, 2022. The allegations are as follows: that the complainant was gravely concerned with the irregularities contained in the application, approval, and subsequent construction which has begun at 11 Charlemont Drive. That they, the residents, are opposed to the NWC central sewer system as there is no opt-out option, and once it is on Charlemont Drive, all the residents will be charged whether they use the system or not, which we find to be grossly unfair. If any resident who has a property on the south side, which is below the level of the road, wishes to connect to the NWC central sewer system, they are told that the cost is $1.4 million, which is prohibitively high. Of a particular note is the fact that the developers of Charlemont Avenue put in the sewage system necessary for their developments. However, the complainants are informed and do believe that the ownership of the number 11 is connected to the NWC. People hear that? As the sewage system there is conveniently being put in by the NWC. Now, individuals pertinent to the investigation, the following persons were considered pertinent to the investigation: Mr. Robert Hill, Chief Executive Officer, Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation; Mr. Xavier Chavance, Chief Engineer Officer, Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation; Ms. Adrienne McLaren, Director of Planning, Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation; Mr. David Clark, Senior Building Officer, Kingston and St. Andrew Municipal Corporation; Ms. Marjorie Wallach, Former Director, Legal and Enforcement Division, National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA; Former Corporate Secretary, National Resources Conservation Authority, NRCA; and Former Corporate Secretary, Town and Country Planning Authority, TCPA. Mr. Peter Knight, Chief Executive Officer, National Environment and Planning Agency. Report of the investigation concerning allegations of irregularity in the approval process. Ms. Foyana Lewis, Manager, Enforcement Branch, National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA. Ms. Rochelle Affleck, Coordinator, Enforcement Branch, National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA. Ms. Carly Martin, Coordinator, Enforcement Branch, National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA. Mr. Ryan Henry, Enforcement Inspector, National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA. Mr. Jack Wayne Campbell, Environment Officer, National Environment and Planning Agency, NEPA. Mr. Mark Barnett, President and National Water Commission and Residential Development located at 11 Charlemont Drive. Mrs. Annette Francis Barnett, Developer, Residential Development located at 11 Charlemont Drive. And Mr. Ian Barnett, Assistant Vice President, System Planning and Water Resource Development, National Water Commission.
But you realize everybody turned developer now
Right.
to their profession.
Oh my goodness. This outlines the scope of the investigation and the issues that were explored.
The money there.
Investigation were to determine inter alia the following: whether there exists development located at 11 Charlemont Drive, Kingston 6, and if so, whether the requisite approval were obtained in relation to the construction of the said development, whether the terms and conditions of the approval and our permits which may have been issued to the permittees were adhered to, whether there were any breaches of the Building Act, the Town and Country Planning Act, the Integrity Commission Act, and any other relevant legislation in relation to the permits granted for the construction of the development located at 11 Charlemont Drive, Kingston 6, whether there was a conflict of interest on the part of any public official officer of the National Water Commission in relation to the installation of a central sewage system, 11 Charlemont Drive, Kingston 6, and whether recommendations are to be made in respect of the subject matter. Let us take that away. All right. This, okay, the investigation, the following actions were taken during the course of the investigation during the period September 5, 2002 to June 6, 2003, right? 20 notices were served on individuals. Look, people, 20 notices were served on individuals who were deemed pertinent to the investigation for the provision of the written statement. During the period February 7, 2023 to April 4, 2023, 4 judicial hearings were conducted. A review and cross-reference of the statement and supporting documents were conducted. Warrants were executed and inspections conducted at 11 Charlemont Drive. And the Building Act, the Town Country Planning, Kingston and St. Andrew and Petro Case Provisional Development Order, Natural Resources Conservative Authority Act, Integrity Commission Act, and other relevant legislation and policies were reviewed. Let us see if anything more is here. Chapter 5 said, okay, that first one, that is just the thing going through.
How this case ended.
Yes. So they want to know how the case ended.
Do we know how that one ended?
Okay. All right. So
wait on time and then throw it out.
Okay. So this is the case now that Paula Llewellyn, right? Wait on time with all the evidence, right, that established in that case, right, and show the case as it relates to Mr. Barnett and his wife. For other persons who mentioned in this, right, I think they still have their court proceedings as well, because it was not only the 2 persons that mentioned there. All right, so let us take that away and get into number 2. People are going down. We just read the soft soap one there. All right, let us go to number 2. Ratty.
Yeah, man.
Number 2 is what you want to hear about, you know.
Mr. Number 2.
For number 2. Because we always talk about the status of this person.
Yes, indeed.
All
yes,
right.
indeed.
Let us bring her up.
Bring it to 200.
All right. Oh, you started here. This report of investigation by the Director of Investigation hearing after the Director of Investigation relates to the concern that the Honorable Mrs. Marissa Darby-Filbert, Member of Parliament and Speaker of the House of Representatives, hereinafter Mrs. Darby-Filbert may have made false statements in the statutory declarations she filed with the former and current integrity commissions. Hereinafter the commission for the period ending December 31st, 2015, February 25th, 2016, December 31st, 2016, December 31st, 2017, oh, you mean Mrs. Darby-Filbert, December 31st, 2018, December 31st, 2019, oh, you mean Speaker of the House, they can't talk to you, now you are the Speaker of the House, September 3, 2020, December 31st, 2020, and December 31st, 2021. The investigation found that Mrs. Marissa Darby-Filbert was required to file statutory declarations with the Commission at the material time, and having filed same, she failed to include in them a certain asset she held. The foregoing omission constitute offenses under Section 43, subsection 2, subsection A of the Integrity Commission Act, hereinafter ICA, and Section 15, subsection 1, subsection B of the Parliament Integrity of Members Act, hereinafter PIMA. Breaches of the terms and conditions of a 20% duty concession granted to her, and by extension, the Custom Act, were also identified. This investigation was commenced based on a referral by the Director of Information and Complaints on behalf of the Commissioners, Integrity Commission. The referral raised concern that Mrs. Darby-Filbert may be in breach of the ICA and the PIMA by virtue of her having omitted to disclose in her statutory declarations filed with the Commission a Mercedes-Benz GLA 250 motor vehicle of which she was the legal owner. Having reviewed the matter, the DI expanded the scope of the investigation to include the circumstances surrounding the use of a 20% duty concession granted to Mistress Darby-Filbert by the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service to acquire the reference vehicle to be used by her in connection with her public duties. Section 33 of the ICA empowers the Director of Investigation to investigate alleged non-compliance with the Act and acts of corruption by public officials consistent with the foregoing provision, and having regard to the circumstances of the instance case. The Director of Investigation found that the investigation was warranted, of course. During the investigation, officers of the Investigation Division pursued the following lines of inquiry: investigate actions, obtain information and witness statement from the responsible officers. Now, people, since we know about this case, we want to see if, in terms of her status, you understand, if she was recommended, right, to the Director of Public Prosecution, right, for further penalties. They reviewed the information and statement collected and prepared by the case file and report. Who is the concerned public official pertinent to this investigation? The Honorable Mrs. Darby-Filbert, Speaker of the House of Representatives and Member of Parliament for Trelawney Southern, is the concerned official. Okay. We don't want to go back through that. We want to see the recommendation, what happened with this case, because majority of the people know about this case. Having established Mr. Darby-Filbert's obligation to file declarations with the Commission, it's further necessary to determine said obligation was discharged. Okay, all right. Let us go back. The required statutory declarations with the Commission for the periods in question. False statement. Let us scroll down. Okay. Okay. Okay, so the Director of Investigation is in possession of a letter of response dated March 29, 2022, under the hand of Mistress Darby-Filbert. In the reference letter, Mistress Darby-Filbert indicated to the Director of Information and Complaints that she does not own a 2015 Mercedes-Benz GLA 250. The relevant portion of the letter is as follows. Particulars of ownership motor vehicles are as follows. 2015 Mercedes-Benz LA 250. I do not own said motor vehicle and hereby request that the commission correct this error. Imagine telling a blatant lie. Wow. The evidence obtained from Tax Administration Jamaica, Ministry of the Finance, redacted, Jamaica Customs, Tajikor, Jamaica Limited, redacted, confirmed that the said motor vehicle was acquired and registered in Mistress Marissa Darby-Filbert name from 2015 until its divestment in May 2022. And up here, she's telling the commission that she did not own the vehicle and the Integrity Commission must correct their error. Can you imagine? Now, having the regard to the inconsistencies outlined above with respect to the ownership of the motor vehicle in issue, an interview pursuant to Judges Rules 2 was conducted with Mistress Darby-Filbert on February 27, 2023. The Director of Investigation highlights here under the relevant questions, asked and answers given by the Director of Investigation, Mistress Darby-Filbert, respectively. Question 31. Does the information contained in the declaration provided an accurate and complete representation of the assets owned, inclusive of acquisition and disposal, the liabilities held and income earned by you, your spouse and children of the February 25th, 2016 question asked? Answer from Mrs. Filbert. You know I am going to look at a document here to verify. So I am going to tell you now that I got a letter from the Integrity Commission about a vehicle which I owned, a Benz, and always said I never drove a Benz. And so I wondered what they were talking about. When I got the letter to come to the Integrity Commission, I said I would go because I have nothing to hide. But people, let me say this. Let me stop here a little bit. So when Andrew Honest came out and said he doesn't know, right, as it relates to the Integrity Commission, the illicit 6 that they are talking about, right, that any members being contacted by the Integrity Commission. This what we read here, what we are reading here will show you that Andrew Honest is telling a blatant lie. It is standard operating procedure for the Integrity Commission to contact any person, right, that they are investigating, right, and request of them necessary documents that they need to bring in to verify or clarify any situation that the Integrity Commission investigators are investigating. So this outrightly is telling all Jamaican people that Andrew Honest is telling a blatant lie. Now let us move on. Last week when I sat in the Supreme Court, I remember that I got a concession for a vehicle which my sister drove until she sold it. I never drove it and I never had a position. I also requested from Parliament a list of my concessions for which they replied with a document showing that I received concession for 3 vehicles. The documents detail the Benz vehicle, and so I must declare it. Since we know about this case, let us see what the recommendation is. The reference inconsistencies outlined above and the DI information that 20% duty concession was accessed by Mr. Darby-Filbert towards. We want to see what the recommendation is. Let us look, because that is what the people are interested in. Right? We want. Okay, lose it. We don't interested in all of that. Just want to know what is the recommendation.
Get into that. Hold on. Those are the appendices. So it should be right here. So the thing is so long.
Yep. You got it on?
No, let me go back.
Okay, people, let us see as it relates to the Director of Investigation, the most honorable Prime Minister, the Director of Investigation recommend that this report be referred to the Prime Minister for him to take such disciplinary and or administrative actions which both recognizes the seriousness of Mistress Darby-Filbert conduct and to deter reoccurrence. The Director of Investigation further recommends that a national training program be developed for members of Parliament in the area of ethics and the applicable government policies, regulations, and legislation. Rattigan, this thing here, as it relates to this sort of recommendation, we are going to speak on it because why was it referred to the Prime Minister as opposed to going to the DPP? Right? Now, the Director of Information and Complaints, the Director of Investigation recommends that the Director of Information and Complaints request that Ms. Darby-Filbert resubmit a complete and accurate statutory declaration as required by the ICA. The Director of Recommendation is premised on the omission observed with respect to Mrs. Darby-Filbert statutory declarations and the impact this has on the Commission's ability to conduct a thorough analysis with a view to certifying same as complete.
Let's see what's happened here.
Yeah.
It's finished.
Okay.
The recommendation.
Right? I mean, I don't understand that. So we are going to analyze that. Let us get into the next So we have a question where Mr. Darby is concerned. Why was that recommended to the Prime Minister as opposed to the DPP or the corruption prosecutor? That doesn't make sense to me.
You want to do just 3 or you want to do all 4? Let's do.
No.
Let's go to this center. Let's go to this one because they're long. Let's come together on discussion.
All right. This is with the amount of accounts. That one I left last. That is.
Jamaica Customs, you want?
Yeah. That is Jamaica Customs?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then get into his.
Okay, just come in, guys. Let me just share it now.
All right.
Yeah.
Now this one is very interesting. Right, put it up to 200%. All right. Now, people, I want for us to really get into this one here. This investigation report by the Director of Investigation concerned the allegation that Miss Sarita Poliet, an employee of the Jamaica Customs Agency, made false statements in the statutory declarations filed by her with the Commission for the Prevention of Corruption and Integrity Commission, hearing after the Commission, for the period ending December 31st, 2016 to December 31st, 2020. During the course of the investigation, it was found that Ms. Sarita Poliet was required to file statutory declarations with the Commission at the material time, and having filed same, she failed to include in them certain assets she held. the foregoing omission constitute offenses under the Corruption Prevention Act. Why was this investigation conducted? This investigation was commenced based on a referral by the Director of Information and Complaints on behalf of the Board of Commissioners, Integrity Commission. The complaint alleged that Ms. Eilert is in breach of the CPA and ICA by virtue of her failure to disclose certain assets in her statutory declarations filed with the Commission. All right. Okay, the investigation covered the period 2016 to 2020. The legal obligation of Ms. Eilert therefore arises under both the CPA and the ICA, the latter having come into effect in February 2018. A witness statement obtained from the duly authorized officer at the Jamaica Customs Agency indicate that Ms. Eilert was employed to the Jamaican Customs Agency in the capacity of the Customs Officer since June 2003, and more particularly at the time material to the investigation. The Jamaican Customs Agency is a public body under both the CPA, right? Having established Ms. Elliott's obligation to file, it is further necessary to determine whether said obligation was discharged, right? So let us just scroll down because it's just going on.
Okay, there, 4.3.
Okay, 4.3. Okay. Let us talk about the evidence, people. People, we are going to quite shocking with this situation. Right? 4.3.2, the evidence provided by the financial analyst who initiated the referral to the Director of Investigation indicated that Ms. Eilert made false statement in the statutory declaration occasioned by her omission of bank accounts she held at the material time. The evidence gathered from various financial institutions showed that Ms. Eilert held 21 bank accounts. What a backside this. Let me read back that over. The evidence gathered from various financial institutions showed that Ms. Eilert had 21 bank accounts during the period 2016 to 2020, 21 bank accounts, which were not disclosed in her statutory declarations. I mean, you go disclose them or something. The Appendix 2, Table 1 below shows Ms. Elliott's record of filing in respect of the reference accounts, notwithstanding the foregoing. 4 of the reference accounts were closed within the year they were open prior to the close of the respective filing periods 2020 and 2018. For this reason, only 17 of the 21 accounts form part of the Director of Investigation considerations in respect to fine made herein. And there is a declaration here, right? 2016, account 1 declared 7 savings, 2 loans. 2017, right? 7 savings, 2 loans. 2018, right? 8 savings, 2 loans, right? 2 accounts were within the year. 2019, 11 savings, 1 loan. 2020, 12 savings, 2 loans. Wow. During the investigation into the allegation against Ms. Eilert, the Director of Investigation followed all reasonable lines of inquiry, gathered evidential material, and recorded the statement of the witness deemed necessary. The evidence gathered from various financial institutions showed that Ms. Eilert held 23 bank investment and loan accounts during the period covered by the investigation. that is 2016 to 2020, 23 bank accounts, 17 of which should have been declared by Miss Eilert. However, only 2 of the said accounts were declared by her. All right, let us just go down and see what the recommendation is under the circumstances. This is gross. 23 bank accounts. Okay. So the Director of Investigation recommends that this report be referred to the Director of Corruption Prosecution for consideration. So that is it, people. The Director of Investigation recommends that this report be referred to the Director of Corruption Prosecution for consideration. 23 bank account, right? This is crazy. Yes. Final.
Final one? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, so this is another big wig.
And let me share it now.
Yeah, read it out, man.
Okay. Okay, so this investigation report by the Director of Investigation relates to a referral by the Director of Information and Complaints on behalf of the commissioners, which presented inter alia concerns that Mr. Leslie Campbell, a member of the Senate, failed to provide information requested by the DOIC without reasonable cause in respect of the statutory declarations he submitted to the Present and Legacy Integrity Commission for the period ending February 25, 2016 to December 31st, 2016, December 31st, 2017, same period in 2018, same month 2019, December, and September 15, 2020. During the course of the investigation, it was found that Mr. Leslie Campbell failed to provide the requested information to the Commission, and having failed to do so, committed offenses under the Parliament Integrity of Members Act and the Integrity Commission. Okay, so I'll just skip over there because it's basically a repetition of what was up there in less words. Okay, so the Director of Information is in possession of evidentiary material which indicates that Mr. Campbell was, by way of notice in writing, request to provide further information to the Commission as outlined below. They sent a letter on June 2016 which requested the information, and also statutory declaration submitted for the period ended February 25, 2016, which was filed on March 28, 2016. Mr. Campbell was required to provide the information by July 20. So they had sent him several notifications to say that he needs to provide the information, but he failed to do so. So the statutory declaration for period ended February 20 was filed on May 26, 2016. So it was for the period ended February 25, 2016. Information requested was as outlined there, management limited, international limited, some accounts with the bank and life insurance, bank loan, life insurance. Other banking information there. Other banking information. So information regarding vehicle that was owned, the statute of sale, life insurance, surrender value. So quite a bit of information that was outstanding for him that they kept writing, requesting, which he was not really compliant with submitting the information. So they have actually outlined how many times they have requested. So here's the interesting part. Summary of requests, responses, and acknowledgement. So declaration, February 25th, 2016, 13 requests were sent out and only 2 responses were provided out of those 13 requests that were sent out. And then on December 31st, 2016, they sent another 9 requests and he only responded to 1. 2017, 8 requests, only 1 was responded to. 2018, 6 requests, only 1 was responded to. December 31st, 2019, 2 requests, no response. And September 15, 2020, 1 request. And didn't say whether there was any response. So a total of 39 requests were sent out and only 5 responses. And look how long of a period they were tolerant with this. And nothing was done, despite the fact that he just was not really complying. So let's see what the recommendation is. Let's see. Okay, let me just get to the recommendation. The Director of Investigation recommend that this report be referred to the Director of Corruption Prosecution for consideration. Notwithstanding the foregoing, the Director of Information, requests that Director of Information and Complaints renew his request for Mr. Campbell to provide the requested information. So they're still wanting to send more requests out, and this was dated April 25th, 2023.
And he is who?
Leslie Campbell.
Leslie Campbell.
Okay. All right, so just gonna stop sharing there.
All right.
So I don't know how many more requests they intend to send out before they do anything.
All right, let us just ground the panel now and let us dissect. One of the first questions that I want to ask Watigan, right, as it relates to Dalrymple situation. Why was her case, right, as it relates to the breach of the 20%, why was her case referred to the Prime Minister and not the corruption prosecutor or the DPP?
That's a very good question. Well, you always ask good questions anyway. So it's like this question is puzzling because if you go back, and I mean, we have to go back to the book, right? And if you go back to Section 43 of the Integrity Commission Act, it says a person who knowingly makes a false statement in a statutory declaration commits an offense and is liable on summary conviction in a parish court to a fine not exceeding $2 million or to a term of imprisonment not exceeding 2 years, and the court may make such order as it thinks fit. So what should have happened here? Because she lied. Clearly she lied.
Clearly.
She said, I didn't, she said, I in fact, I have it right here. She said, she never drove a Benz and that her sister did it until her sister sold it. And that she was the one who got the concession, right?
Yes.
And then later on in the report, we found out that the sister at some point said that, no, I wasn't the one who was driving the car. It was the speaker, right?
Yes.
Clearly she lied. Clearly, on whatever measure you want to use, clearly she's not telling the truth. That is a false statement.
Exactly.
And so there is nothing in here, Section 43, that says that the Integrity Commission has to make a referral to the prime minister. Nothing in here. There's nothing in here. So I don't know why she was given preferential treatment. I don't know why. But they said we're going to send it to the prime minister, and for him, they were going to send it to the prime minister for him to decide disciplinary action against her. That's not the way it's supposed to work. Further, they said that one of the things that they were recommending was ethics training, right? No, what's interesting is that the IC provided ethics training in November of 2021 to May of 2022 to parliamentarians and civil servants. But the cabinet and the prime minister got it in 2020, all the way through till November 2020 through February 2021. So this ethics training was going on, right? She must have known about it. But even so, why would the people in charge of providing ethics training, and she would have gotten the ethics training at some point, because I'm sure when did they start this investigation, the one with Dalrymple? When was that started? I'm sure it didn't start
that was
November.
Yes. Yes. What, 2021, I think? Oh, let us quickly we're gonna quickly go back to it. I think it is what, 2021?
Yeah, because here's why it couldn't have happened in 2021, because they said that she was carrying on these shenanigans from 2015 to 2021.
Oh, okay. So, yes.
So it would seem to me that the investigation was conducted after 2021.
Okay.
Ran Baba, is she immune? No, she's not. No, man, I don't know if it's fully compromised, but there seems to be some compromise going on with the Integrity Commission, because there's no way that the Dalrymple case should have been referred to the Prime Minister. He has nothing to do with this.
It is shocking.
Yeah, he has nothing to do with this.
And so now we see that Dalrymple is now resurfacing in Trelawney. So then just sweep it under the rug and then make it cool off, right? And then now it's going to rebirth Dalrymple in Trelawney.
Look, this is standard operating procedure. Whenever somebody gets in trouble, they don't let them face the bar of justice. What they do is they kind of just put them out to pasture for a while and bring them back. See Floyd Green during COVID, when he was present at that party. What happened? They had him resign, put him in the office of the Prime Minister. That's a place where they put you to rehabilitate. And where is Floyd Green these days? Floyd Green is now Minister of Agriculture. That's how things are done.
Okay. That shaped me up a bit. But
here's the thing. Byron, I'm telling you, people are figuring this out. People have figured, and they're figuring it out, that the Integrity Commission, based on its actions, it's not above and beyond reproach. There seems to be collusion. There seems to be preferential treatment. Yes. Because how the commission or the corruption prosecutor, they could have taken the case to the DPP. They have the right under the Integrity Commission Act to say, all right, we're going to get an opinion from the DPP. But instead, the Integrity Commission said, no, we're going to refer it to the Prime Minister. And he's not involved in this at all. He doesn't have jurisdiction in this. This is between the corruption prosecutor, the commission, director of investigation, director of complaints, and the DPP and the courts. The Prime Minister is nowhere in this mix. So for them to say we're going to refer it to him, I don't understand that. And by the way, that case, the last time I heard about that case, it was in the Half-Tree Parish Court. Don't know if it's still there, but that's where it was. And the other one as well, Leslie Campbell. His case was there. Yeah. And you know, I ask our family members in Jamaica, I asked them to go down to the courthouse and ask about this and get the file. We said, we'll pay for it. Just get the file. Nobody went. And that's because people are afraid. People are afraid. Well, Mr. Campbell said after waiting on his diplomatic duties are over. He was replaced by Minister Terry Long.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's completely gone. He's completely gone.
Okay.
Okay, so the investigation for Ms. Dalrymple was started in 2022.
Yeah.
Started in 2022.
When in 2022? What month?
Let me tell you. So by way of letter dated February 14th, on Valentine's Day, it was their love letter.
Okay. So she probably got her Integrity Commission ethics training already. So I know when they say we're gonna recommend ethics training, right? What's the date of the report? What's the date of that report? That IC report.
Okay, let me just go down and see when it was signed. And it's 40-something pages long. Hold on. July 28, 2023.
See, by then, guess what? Everybody got the IC training because the IC training was given to the cabinet and the prime minister from November 2020 to February 2021. And to everybody, it's the parliamentarians and the civil servants from November 21 to May 22. So everybody would have gotten it by then. So when they say, oh, we want them to get ethics training, I don't understand this nonsense. And then the other thing too is that, see, ethics is not a one-off. Ethics is a way of life. And it's something that should be recurring, the training. It should be. I can't speak for all the other agencies, but I can talk about the FBI. You get your ethics training, you get it every year, and you have to sign. You have to go online, and you have to go through that online training, and then you have to sign that document at the end saying you have received the ethics training. And the reason for that is you can't come later on and say, oh, I wasn't aware of that ethical provisions, because them just pull out the thing and say, but here it is right here. You got the training. So ethics is supposed to be something that's offered every year. It's supposed to be a recurring thing. And you don't have to do it you don't have to do it in person. They can do it online. I mean, if you show up, the way they do it is you show up in a big auditorium, and if you want to show up and watch the live performance, or if you're busy that day, they say, okay, all right, you can watch the taped version of it. But then they give you a certain time period within which they say you must complete it by this date. And at the end of it, you have to sign. So I don't understand this referral. One, we're referring it to the prime minister. And two, we're referring ethics training. But they just got ethics training.
It's crazy. So, okay, all right, let me bring Sister Maria in the space. Sister Maria, here you are. As it relates to Dalrymple, right? Breaching the discount 20% guidelines, and of course found to be corrupted. But here you have the Integrity Commission referring the case to Mr. Can't certify statutory declaration. How this look?
But you see, they're not serious about addressing the problem of corruption and holding anybody accountable, because the Integrity Commission should not be sending this to Andrew Holness. That makes no sense. What role does he play in any of this? If this is a legal matter, then it should go to the court system. I don't see how he is figuring in all of this. But you see, like Rattigan said, Floyd Green is back as a minister of government. So they're not really serious about holding themselves accountable or holding themselves to a higher standard. And the Jamaican people are so afraid of this administration. They're afraid that if they speak out, they will get arrested and their reputations tarnished. So to protect themselves, they just let things slide. But I'm 100% sure that these kinds of acts by the government are really rubbing the Jamaican people the wrong way. But they have no voice. They have a voice, but they have no way of speaking out without being retaliated against. And so the corruption continues because how you have an administration that is so corrupt. And again, it is not that corruption doesn't exist in Jamaica and hasn't existed from time immemorial. It is not that corruption has not happened within the People's National Party. We're not talking about that. We only have one government at a time. But looking at the current situation, it has to be addressed so we can prevent the other administration coming after this from falling into the system of corruption that has been holding Jamaica hostage for far too long. Far too long. And it is rather unfortunate that all these shows can be addressing the problem of corruption in Jamaica, and they don't see it as a problem. It's like nothing to see here. Let's move on. 9-day wonder. How many things have happened last year? How many major things happened last year that the media, local media in Jamaica is not talking about? It's only kept alive on social media. It's only kept alive on programs like Lonesome, Reason with Rattigan, Mystic Sensation, Aromatic, Hot Off the Press, and all of those programs, Andre. It's only kept alive on those programs. So it's always in the minds of the Jamaican people. And we're trying to drive home to them, be an educated voter. The reason you don't have hospitals working and good education system for your children is as a result of the level of corruption that is out of control in Jamaica. And nobody seems to care. Nobody seems to care. The Prime Minister has been, abusing the Constitution for such a long time. For such a long time. Before he became Prime Minister, now that he's Prime Minister, he has continued his ways of disrespecting the Constitution. Nobody seems to care. Where's the PSOJ? Where's the media? Where's the church in all of this? Where's the church in all of this? The corruption is too much, and until somebody is held accountable, then the Integrity Commission has to have some backbone in holding people accountable, because I don't see where it is working right now in the favor of the Jamaican people. I don't see that happening.
Wonderful contribution, Maria. Right about now, to be honest, I am lost for words because, for me, I always try to, just give the investigation, the Integrity Commission, a leeway, such a leeway in terms of, they have done a lot of work to, to unfold, right, some of the things that they had unfolded. But again, I am seeing what to me, would be some sense of extreme tolerance, right, to persons who fail to provide a statutory declaration that it even extend to 3 years, in some instances 4 years, before the Integrity Commission really bite in, or the DPP bite in, or the corruption prosecutor bite in. Here it is, Aromatic, where you have the Prime Minister, 2021 statutory declaration was not certified, 2022 not certified, and obviously the 2023, right, as it relates to my subjective opinion, will not be certified. And here you have Dalrymple, the Speaker of the House, where she had a clear breach of corruption, Aromatic, and the case recommended to the Prime Minister. What say you on this, Aro?
First, before we start, I don't want them to say that I'm a misogynist. I'm not against women.
Yes.
But I want you to look at this. 3 positions with 3 ladies in high position. We're gonna start with the corruption prosecutor in the High Integrity Commission.
Yes.
We're gonna go back to Paula Llewellyn. And we're gonna go back to Juliet Holness. And these 3 ladies are compromised.
Yes.
Can't take back talk when me are talking.
Well, based on evidence.
If they are doing the investigation, for us to have these filing, it seems to me to say somebody go and do the investigation.
Yes.
So when they do the investigation and they bring it back to the corruption prosecutor, why she not prosecute the case or turn them over to the DPP? Because this lady blatantly lie. She never drive a Benz. She never have a car. And then out of the blues in her court, she remember say, yes, she won't get a concession for one car. But you can't lie to federal government, you know, you better you tell them the truth. And then work out something with you. But when you go lie, what is going on, bro? No, you find a case where our DPP, the Director of Public Prosecution, is Paula Llewellyn. Now we see where the Prime Minister of Jamaica turned the DPP. For you to refer a case like this to the Prime Minister, it seems like now the Prime Minister is the DPP.
What to say? You're correct, my brother.
You are just the Prime Minister. Oh, you get yourself involved in this. Now you go rule on criminal matter. And you are the Prime Minister. So it's simple. This time I said this lady have to go because this lady don't know how to doing job. We don't have a DPP. We did not have one. We did not have one. And these are the things that proving it. Andrew Holness is the DPP of Jamaica. Andrew Holness is the Prime Minister. And this case, you cannot tell me nothing because this case, the evidence is right there that the corruption prosecutor turned over a criminal case to Andrew Holness. So it is Andrew Holness who is the DPP of Jamaica and not Paula Llewellyn. Come on, brother. These things are getting from bad to worse, bro.
Well, I mean, you know, I mean, you have it, Arrow. You understand wonderful punchline, right? I mean, you have anything more to say on the topic, or if not, I just move on.
No, and just like the Barnetts.
Yes.
And the development at Charlemont Drive.
Yes.
Now the people in that area are gonna have a problem with their sewage.
Exactly.
Because that sewage did not, you know, put in place for a development like that.
Exactly.
And they are telling lie that they're putting their own sewage when it's a lie. It's just like how them say them are use reverse osmosis down in the Princess Hotel and desalination and not no go so. It's a trend. It's a trend from this administration. We get around the people and the small people. And them are the one who go face the problem, you know, and end up with the problem because of them sewage now go in a problem. Where them have the payment for come in, can do this every minute. When you have a development, whenever designed for that farmer sewage system, go hook up on the normal sewage system now. If you are putting in investment, why you not put the things in place to accommodate those kind of investment? But you are putting them in place now, and then you are going to hurt the little citizen. Is the citizen feeling the blunt of the pressure right now, you know? I know the big, because I just see a man just do a thing and he said, it's a buyer's market now in Kingston. It's a buyer's market, real estate. And the amount of apartment them where they go up. And the cheapest one, I would like a 1-bedroom. I like for 30 million.
Wow.
So the house them what they build in a Kingston and all of them big development, they were Andrew Holness and the whole of them they brag and boast about. The poor average man in Jamaica cannot. And at the end of the day, mostly Jamaican will not. It's people from overseas that come buy those apartments. So we are losing our land through this apartment by foreigners.
Oh.
Just think about that, brother.
All right. So thank you for that wonderful input. Arrow. Well, Herb, here you have it. We have a Prime Minister, Statutory Declaration 2021-22, and the possibility of the 2023 cannot be certified. And here you have Darby-Filbert case referring to the Prime Minister. What say you, Herb?
Thanks for the briefs by each of our panelists. You live and learn every day.
Yes.
Let me say this. According to the Integrity Commission Act, if there's evidence that an offense has been committed under the Act, the Commission can only refer the matter to the Director of Public Prosecutions. The DPP then has the final say on whether to proceed with prosecution. The Integrity Commission, under no circumstances that I'm aware of, is allowed to refer cases to the Prime Minister for administrative action because its role is primarily related to legal proceedings and enforcement. So that right there, when they sent it to the Prime Minister, was an exception, and I don't know who would have granted, if the court itself would have granted such an exception, right? So it's stunning to me how they pull that one off. Now, I can just say, you know, Ratty is probably used to this. What we use here in the US is something called a Section 1001. And that outlined three broad categories of criminal false statements. The first one is using a trick, scheme, or device to falsify or conceal a material fact. The second one is making a materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent statement. And the third one is using a writing or document knowing it contains materially false, fictitious, or fraudulent information when there are some distinctions between these offenses. They all share 5 common elements that must be proved to establish criminal liability. Federal jurisdiction, in this case in Jamaica, is national. A statement or concealment that is false, material, and knowingly and willfully made, right? Now, this woman is a lawyer. And we have the Prime Minister who has advice of counsel anywhere he wants to get it. But he's asking Delroy Chuck, who seems to be in the news these days, may I want to ask his DPP or his Attorney General? Because he could have gotten adequate advice on his declarations. And if he knew that he was making material, knowingly and willfully make false statements, then he should be brought up on charges. So is the DPP. Case in point, I'll tell you. You hear in the U.S., the former Illinois governor, Rod Blagojevich, right? And then you heard about the Martha Stewart, who's very popular with her different programs, household programs. And then the third one was the Olympian track star, Marion Jones, right? They all had difficult and convoluted cases. But they come up with that simple section in 1001 of making these false statements by trying to conceal, hide, and knowingly and willfully making the statements. So if indeed the Dalrymple got caught with whatever it is she's doing, she knew it, because she says, since the Integrity Commission has decided to charge me criminally for an omission, I have considered the damage that this has done to my reputation, and I've decided to tender my resignation, both as a Speaker of the House of Representatives and a Member of Parliament for South Trelawney, with immediate effect. I wish to state categorically that my decision is entirely voluntary and not at the request of anyone. So you're telling me right there, and she's telling me, that the Prime Minister never called Larry and said, look, it looks bad. I can't help you. I need your resignation. Right? Where's the leadership?
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly, Harv.
It's beyond me. If this man is just sitting there like a bump on a log, and every time he speaks, you remember the meetings that he was having to remove the Minister of Education and Foreign Affairs? How far did that go? They almost removed him. I mean, none of this stuff seemed to be working for him. And that's not leadership.
Certainly right, sir. I mean, it's amazing. It's amazing what we have just read there as it relates to, Mrs. Dalrymple case being recommended to the Prime Minister. So then I have to ask another follow-up question. I want to know if the illicit 6 recommended is on the Prime Minister's desk.
Huh. But there's there's absolutely no provision for them to send anything to the Prime Minister. The only place things can go is to their prosecutor, and if she decides to prosecute, only the DPP can step in and stop it. Otherwise, the DPP can take it away and say she'll do it herself.
Crazy.
It's crazy.
All right. So we are going to come up on the end of my
Before you finish the Baron, let me just throw in a couple things here. One is, you remember in the report she said that the commission should correct their error.
Yes.
Remember she said that?
Yes.
Right. No. And then she come back and she said, I never drive a Benz. And then she said, but I was in court and I remember I got a concession. But I wasn't the one driving the car. It was my sister. But then the sister said, no, you drive the car.
Yes.
You see, we should try to set up a defense. And the defense is that she didn't knowingly make a false statement.
Exactly.
She's trying to say, it was false, but it wasn't. It was unintentional.
Unintentionally.
That's what she's trying to set up, that defense. That's all that there is to it. And then regarding Mark Barnett, if you go back and look at his recommendation, it was to prevent a recurrence of the violation.
Yes.
No, I don't understand this one here either, because what should have happened? If they're going to make a referral, they should have made a referral to KCMC or some licensing or regulatory body to say, listen, here's what happened. He had permits to build, I think it's 12 one-bedrooms.
12 one-bedrooms.
Right. And then build 3-bedroom, 2-bedroom. So them say, hey, you know what we're going to do? All them bedroom there, we have to lick them down.
Simple.
We have to lick them down. And then make him start over and build 12 one-bedroom and teach him a lesson. That's what them have to do. Yeah, instead what them do, they make him go on and then them turn around and say, oh, but you know what? We can't prosecute him because the time run out. Well, we could have some prosecution or some things where you're supposed to. Them say the time run out, which is very common. Them do the same thing to our friend named Herb.
The doctor woman from Ministry of Education.
The acting permanent Grace McLean.
Yeah.
Same thing them do with Grace McLean. Same thing. There's a pattern and a practice of this type of behavior. It's not a one-off. This is something that is just standard for them. And they do it thinking that nobody will see, but we have wolf eyes, Rona, so, you know.
Exactly.
Somehow we all have 4 eyes.
But you know, Rattigan, 1 minute, Rattigan. Instead of destroying it, they should take it away from him and repurpose the building and use it to house unhoused people, use it for a center for a youth center for young people, but take it away from him, as another way of punishing him without destroying it. That's he sees the building and he has no use of it. So people understand that you cannot get permits to do buildings, do what you want to do, and just continue as it is. But then again, remember, he's taking his cue from Juliet Otis because she's doing the same thing and getting away with it. Yeah. So everybody's following the leader.
And remember, Maria,
that's the building they need to take. Juliet Otis. Send a clear message.
And remember that NEPA is in the Prime Minister's office, so you know how that go.
Yep.
All right.
So what on the Byron? Right? Can the Barnett case and Grace McLean case can then case they can open back?
Yeah, the Grace McLean case, what happened? It was the action that they didn't bring, or they didn't bring it in a timely fashion, was a surcharge action. Because if you remember, it was over 100 million. It's a lot of money that went to this organization that shouldn't have gotten it. But they could personally track and trace, I believe it was about 12 million to her, that her hands were all over those things. And they were supposed to bring the surcharge action so that she would have to repay the funds. And they didn't do it in time. However, there are other statutes on the book that they could bring against her. But you see what's happening? Nobody's making any move. And so pretty soon you're going to hear abuse of process if it's corruption, or if it's not corruption, you're going to hear, the statute of limitations just run. We can't do anything with it. And we just sit back and we just watch all of this play out. And we know what's happening. The other one, Barnett, is a similar thing. There are regulatory provisions that I believe would govern his action. And certainly, and Maria is right, the government has the right to take somebody's property, right, and pay you reasonable compensation. What they could have done, they could have said to him, you know what, we're going to take it away and we're going to pay you the amount for 12 one-bedrooms. We're not going to pay you for no 3-bedroom and a 2-bedroom and nothing like that. We're going to pay because it's supposed to be 12 one-bedroom.
Yes. Because that was the contract that he signed off on.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes. We know that somewhere else could build a 1-bedroom.
Yeah. Or them could have just said to him simply, you know what? You can keep your property. We don't want to get involved with taking your property. But you're going to have to go knock down them 3 bedrooms. And when you finish, or whatever you need to do, you do it. But when we come and inspect, it must be 12 one-bedrooms there.
Exactly.
But if you look into it, if it was a regular Joe that did that, they would have knocked it down. If it was a regular Joe.
Yes,
demolished.
Yes.
Yeah. But I don't know why they can't do it now, because in the Golden Triangle, there was a case, I don't remember the name of it, where somebody went above the required height. And the judge ruled that they must have to take it off. They must have to just, whatever was above, they must have to demolish it. So if they can't do it in that case, I don't know why they can't do it in this case. Unless, of course, we can trace relationships and say, well, certain people have a relationship with certain people in government, and so them get preferential treatment. And we know that's what's going on.
Exactly.
We know that.
Well, all right. Let us get into as it relates to before we close. I want to bring upon these magazine thing and remind persons that they need to go over to Daisy Magazine and have it supported, right? So let us bring that to show. Let us display that. Daisy Magazine.
If you're looking for an online magazine aiming to captivate and empower, look no further than Daisy Magazine. Daisy Magazine is the leading online publication in the US. Subscribe to Daisy Magazine, the digital subscription publication. Subscribe at www.magster.com/p/Daisy. Subscribe to the leading online publication, Daisy Magazine.
All right, people, remember
much appreciated, Mystic Sensation.
Definitely. Remember to over there and endorse. Remember, again, to endorse Aromatic, go over Aromatic Realistic TV, please, people, right? And make sure subscribe, right? And so forth. And remember, as it relates to what we have discussed here, where we have now seen that case is being recommended to the Prime Minister. We don't know if the Prime Minister have the illicit fix on his death based on what we just read, right? That is one of the reasons why we have the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. And people, right, we need to have it supported so that we can deal with situations of corruptions in our country, right? This is the mechanism that we have, and this is the mechanism that we are depending on, right? To make sure, to make sure that we have a resistance against corruption and against a system that want to pursue and continue corruption. We can't live like this. We can't live like this. We can't have a Prime Minister, right, who is running the country, and the Prime Minister statutory declaration for 2021, 2022, and 2023. Come on, this is coming like, how should I put it? I mean, this is like a banana republic. Come on, people. So then we need to support the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation, right? And we want to again play that again with the diaspora thing to remind, right, for persons to come out and support. You understand? Let us put it up again one more time, and then we go around around the block. All right. So people, here it is. Please join us for this historic event, May 10, 2024. Right? It is important, the organic diaspora, not the agents, the government agents, right? Diaspora. We are talking about the organic diaspora that dealing with, you understand, the concerned issues that we are experiencing, that we are all experiencing. So please remember, roll out, right? And we are going to once again show people where they can be connected, right? And streamline the thing from. So let us put up that and show it big and bold, right? So that it can be fully supported, right? I'm asking you, please, right? Over partially 1,000 people here in the chat, right? And of course, more than 4,000 people in TV land. So then we can spread the message all over, right? Through all the mediums that you can spread this message, right? So there it is, people, right? There it is, right? Big and bold here. Let us galvanize ourselves around this, right? One Jamaica, one voice, speaking out for good governance. The Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, Global Jamaica Diaspora Council, press release protest, New York City on May 10th, 2024. The Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force in association with the Global Jamaica Diaspora Council and their supporters will stage a protest against the government of Jamaica on Friday, May 10, 2024, in front of the Jamaican Consulate located at 300E 42nd Street, New York City. The demonstration will highlight some of these issues impacting the lives of Jamaicans and are tarnishing brand Jamaica, including but not limited to all the below bullet points. The Prime Minister's promise in 2016 that Jamaicans would be able to sleep with their windows and doors open has not been fulfilled. The Prime Minister's statutory declaration, that is financial disclosure for 2021 and 2022, have not been verified by the Integrity Commission. I see the country's anti-corruption agency, the Prime Minister and his cabinet received anti-corruption training but have refused to sign the Good Governance Code of Conduct. The government of Jamaica implemented states of emergency that violated fundamental rights and freedoms protected by the Constitution. The government of Jamaica amended the Constitution to extend the tenure of the Director of Public Prosecution. The government of Jamaica raised the salary of legislators by approximately 200%. Civil servants receive a partly increase of 20%. Rampant corruption at the Ministry of Education is grossly affecting the quality of education provided to students. Investors, including Usain Bolt, have been impacted by the SSL scandal. And in January 2024, the Auditor General reported that 1.7 trillion US dollars has been
Jamaican dollars
accounted for. 1.7 trillion, 1.7 Jamaican dollars in US dollars. 10 billion, 897,267,900 has been unaccounted for. People, a situation like this, right, interrupted many programs, right, and so then we suffer. So please, this is it, right? Please join us in New York or watch the event live on YouTube and other social media platforms to include Sutherland TV, right? Reggae, Dub Scene, Run Things Records, Wayne Lonesome, Brown, Jamaican Carlos, right? Jamaican Carlos on YouTube and Facebook, right? And come, make we talk, Jeffrey Tavares LLC on youtube.com, Mystic Sensation. Definitely. All right. So, all right, it comes to the end of my journey here tonight. Let us go around the panel for the panelists.
Sorry, one sec. The t-shirts. A reminder about the
oh, yes, t-shirts.
So the call to action t-shirts, and they highlight the issues that we are galvanizing around to highlight. So and the t-shirts are $25
yes.
for Mr. Rattigan, and you can contact Mr. Rattigan to get your t-shirts for the gathering, and also you can collect them there or get them sent out. This is what the back of the t-shirt looks like. And last week, Mr. Rattigan was saying you can also get the back without the date and the location if you so desire.
All right. So there you have it. All right. Let us go around our powerful panel of critical thinkers. And of course, you know, with the discipline, the standard operating procedure in terms of our process, let us start with Lady Maria. Right. What is your final takeaway for tonight?
My final takeaway is that, you know, the work intensifies because as we look and see, you know, other things that are happening in terms of what is happening with the budget, you know, you look and you see situations happening still in the healthcare system, still in education, law enforcement. The work intensifies because they must be held accountable. And it doesn't matter what they say, They have to be held accountable because at the end of the day, it's the poor people of Jamaica that are suffering, that are feeling it the most. They don't care because if they can look at themselves in a country where the GDP is 5,000 US dollars per capita, and they can give the prime minister 40 times the GDP of the country as a salary. It tells you how they feel about the people. It tells you what they are thinking about the people. And when you look at the salaries combined for the political directorate and the teachers and the doctors and the policemen get a fraction of that as a salary, they can barely make two ends meet. And that seems to be acceptable. And then you look at the Constitution being disrespected. Nobody has any respect for the Constitution. And you have a DPP who doesn't want to demit office because the Constitutional Court says her term has expired since last September, and she still wants to hold on. Who is running the country? Who is in charge? And then we expect our young people to act in a way that is civilized when the leaders are acting so uncivilized and so disrespectful of the very oath of office that they take. How can the young people do any better? Yet these are the same people who say they are going to pass legislation for harsher penalties for the poorer people who live below halfway tree and the real crime producers of the country, which are in the political directorate and the business class. There are no penalties for them because, in the words of Paula Llewellyn, to prosecute financial crimes is not sexy enough. There has to be a reordering of priorities in Jamaica for Jamaica to be a better place. It has the potential, but the work intensifies to force them to do better. They have to shape up or ship out, but it cannot be business as usual.
Thank you, Maria. Powerful delivery, right? Touch on every, issues, right? Wonderful, Maria. Well done. Thank you, Maria, for being on Mystic Sensation. We appreciate you so much. And just want you to know that you have an open welcome on Mystic Sensation anytime.
I appreciate you. You're very welcome, and I appreciate you. And God bless you and Anne Marie and the work that you're doing on this channel.
Thank you. Blessings. All right. Yes, Herb, let me move to you as it relates to your takeaway for tonight. Right. Please go ahead, Sir Herb.
Yeah, my takeaway, as usual, is that you have been tracking this situation with the DPP, with the Integrity Commission prosecutor, and the Integrity Commission itself, and pointing out tonight this fallacy with referring a case, especially one with Dalrymple, who is known to the GLC, who's known to the Prime Minister. She has a track record. My thing is this: if you have a track record of questionable activity, like selling property that doesn't belong to you, these are the kind of things that a qualified attorney, licensed attorney is doing. And then she has the nerve to come and say, oh, it was a simple omission on the report. All these other people who just simply forget what the permits that are issued to them says about building and go ahead and build what they darn well please. It's just totally beyond me that this all is an accident. What we have a level of indiscipline that is highlighted by the Prime Minister and his wife and their failure to come clean on all their filings. there's just too much play between what the IC is able to do, what the DPP is doing, and what the role that the Prime Minister is playing. And last week, we learned a lot about what should happen from St. Kitts and Nevis.
Exactly.
Right? So I find it imperceptible that we can even excuse any of this action that we see our DPP is doing and say, well, they went with the best option possible when it came to Dalrymple. They did not. The best action possible when it came to the president of the NWC and his wife who was building at Charlemont, right? We see more and more these lack of control, lack of discipline. Why? Because it's a slap on the wrist. Nobody's going to jail. Nobody's going to be punished, right? There's a different set of rules being applied here, and it has to stop.
Exactly.
Right? It should stop now because they finally have the opportunity to rid themselves of an ineffective DPP. The court has ruled on her, and she should be gone. But instead, Delroy Chuck and the Adjutant and the Attorney General has found ways to still give her some rope to dangle hers over the side of the cliff and not cut that rope and let her go. So what you have is use of a legal system that is strangling the country and making the law look as it's weak, making the people who apply the law weak, making the courts look weak. And we can't have that. There's no way this can continue the way it is. And if we're looking towards someone for intervention, it's not going to come from the GG because he is pencil whipping and rubber stamping everything that they give to him. So who do we look towards? The only people we can look towards is ourselves, the people.
Exactly.
Right? And
Exactly.
that means you have to make up your minds. You're going to rid yourself of this ineffective, corrupt government as soon as possible. And you cannot mess around with that thought because Jamaica has to make its way back to shore. Right now, you're out there wallowing in deep water, and you don't know if the country is going to survive out there in deep water because not everybody has a life raft.
Exactly.
Right? So we have to find a way to make the change.
Definitely.
We have just had too much of a bad deal from these actors, and they have to go. And that's my contribution. And thank you, Byron, and Anne-Marie for having us, and the panel as well.
Well blessed. And you have an open welcome, Sir Herb. Well said, right? And the issues well covered and real concerns that you have outlined there, right? So, and there you have it, right? A powerful punch from Maria, a powerful punch from Herb. Yes, Aromatic. What say you as it relates to your takeaway for tonight?
Yeah, first, I must say it's always a privilege for me to sit in the midst of some men and ladies, great mind, great thinkers. I don't take these moments for granted. I don't. But I want to just go back to what Cliff Hughes has stated in the media. And he says that the Jamaica Labour Party need to revamp. They need to break down, improve their structural frame, and present themselves to the Jamaican people in a different light. But I want the people of Jamaica to look at it this way and spin it around. Jamaica need to restructure. And we need to present ourselves on the international scene again as the brand Jamaica that we used to know. We can't take these platforms for granted. You have to support the One Jamaica Legal Fund. Nobody is not sticking up anybody, but if you want result, you have to make sacrifice. We have to make sacrifice. You cannot get result with empty hand. In a work, so we give our support for free. But the people them who they work and go do the work, we can't approach them for free. It no work, so. It don't work, so people. So we all have to get on board, make some sacrifice. Make some sacrifice and support the movement, support the One Jamaican Legal Fund. If we don't have money to pay attorney, we not go get nothing solved. We don't go talk and talk and talk. We have to have some funds to pay the attorney. We have to have some funds to pay the man them to go do some deep dive, to find the finding, to bring back the facts so we can prosecute the culprit them. Sacrifice. We must have to make sacrifice if we want a better Jamaica. For one and for all of us. Sacrifice, sacrifice, sacrifice. $5 a week, $2 a week, at the end of the year, it make up, it count. Be well, my people. Take care. Signature word. Heart of love. Heart of love.
I tell you, when you have a panel with some powerful utterances coming from the panelists, right? We have heard Maria giving her punch. We have heard Herb Nelson giving a wonderful punch. We have heard Aromatic giving another wonderful punch. And of course, we know that when it comes to Rattigan, right? The punch level is expected, right? So, Ratty, right, take us out with your takeaway, please.
All right, let me echo what everyone has said and say thank you for inviting us into your house. We're family and you have given us the key, but you still give us the invitation as well. And we sincerely appreciate that. And we're glad for the gathering, Aromatic, Sister Maria, Herbalist, and the people in the chat who have stayed up to listen to us talk, and the viewing audience as well. Less than a week from now, there will be a momentous occasion, a historic, of epic proportion in Manhattan, New York, 42nd Street and 2nd Avenue. And that is the unison of voices registering disapproval of the Jamaican government and how it's handling things, bad governance, failed promises, unfulfilled promises. It just cannot go on. And so less than a week from now, we'll be making our presence felt and heard. They're worried. They're very worried because they don't know who's going to show up and they don't know what message will be broadcasted. But I think they know it won't be a good one. And for those of you who said, well, the protesters, they know mash up brand Jamaica. No, if you look at that Gleaner advertisement that Mystic just put up, those are the things mashing up brand Jamaica. We are trying to call attention and halt this getaway, runaway train from doing further destruction. So again, people, show up and show out. Tomorrow will be the last program for Reason with Rattigan before the protest. Now, here's what we have tomorrow. Tomorrow we have another fundraiser, the last one concerning the protest. But tomorrow we have a special treat, because tomorrow we're going to have as many of them as we can get, people who are similarly situated like us, to come on the program, spend some time with us, little or a lot. But we're also going to ask them to, make a contribution to some kind of performance. We're talking about an a cappella performance. So I heard that Mystic Sensation, they were a great duo, singing and dancing. That's what we hear. I also heard that Herb Nelson is a bad DJ. So Carlos will be there. So will be there. A bunch of us will be there. Aromatic, your daughter now have 2 birthdays in a 1 year.
You make sure you put your birthday thing out of it, because they want to on the program.
They want to come back and say, no, not a birthday again.
Yes.
She's right.
Marie will be making her contribution, and the way ISAT will be there making his contribution. So the way we have it planned is we'll do a presentation, and then we'll go into the fundraising thing, and somebody will just sing a verse or something like that, and we'll go have some money pull-ups and all of that. It's a nice way to have some fun and at the same time earn some money towards a worthy cause. Now, somebody asked in the chat, they said there are no statutes of limitations on corruption. That's true, but there's something called abuse of process. Go check it out. And you will realize that when they can't use a statute of limitations, they'll say it's an abuse of process, meaning that it's an inordinate period of time that has passed, and so it would be unfair to the defendants or to the accused to take them to court. So keep that in mind. Here's something that we haven't spoken about, and I just want to make a quick mention of it regarding the Integrity Commission. We've been saying that they're afraid, they're compromised, whatever. Don't forget that they put a bullet in one of them recently and take him briefcase. And up to now, we don't hear nothing about the investigation there. We don't hear what was in the briefcase. We don't know. Well, we know the man survived, thank God. But we don't know what happened. Right. And there's something funny going on here. So that's probably one of the reasons why they're so afraid. People, next week, the week after, I'll be doing a tutorial on the Access to Information Act. Reason being, we have to start using it. I understand that people in Jamaica don't want to use it because they're afraid, but people overseas, you can use it. This is your chance to get information from your government, and certain information they have to give you. They might delay, but they have to give it to you. I'm still waiting on information regarding the true murder rates for the last 8 years, because we know that what we have been provided, it's not accurate. And if you go back and look, you see that they changed last year's already. I think last or the year before, they changed it because of how they classify murders. The other thing is Ministry of Agriculture with the fertilizer. We're still waiting on them to bring some information. And the reason why they can't come with information is because they have already given me some information. And whatever they give me now is going to be contradictory. And last but not least, the money that you've heard Herb and Dr. Francis talk about, that the diaspora raised at a telethon, I think it's over $400,000 US, and they provided the money to the government. And to date, we haven't heard anything. I got a response today, and it's going to be interesting to go through it. So people, get used to doing the access to information bit, because that's one of the ways that you can get information besides reading it in the newspaper. And what better way to get information from the government than from the government, not necessarily from the newspaper. So I'm looking forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. We'll have a whole bunch of entertainers, Mystic, Herb Nelson, Maria, and the whole crew will be there. Aromat's daughter is not her birthday tomorrow, so he'll be there as well. And we'll be doing
No
it will
excuse.
be a fun-filled session. So I'm come in and have some fun. And again, just want to thank Mystic Sensation for having me, because there's no place. Some people might get upset when I say this, but there's no place I'd rather be on a Friday night. You know, we're here and there's no tension, no argument, no nothing. We just sit down there and a reason and I point out things. And as you know, Mystic, when you come around Mystic, it's not a whole lot of hullabaloo. In fact, there's no hullabaloo. It's just purely facts. The man going bring up the document, and the man going show you the document, and then going analyze the document. And I dare say there's not a single soul out there who can come out and say, Wim says wrong, because I'm show you the document and give you the analysis. You may not like it, it may not go down well, but it is what it is. So again, my brother and sister, I should say sisters, because Maria is still here. Want to thank brothers and sisters. Want to thank all of you for the company, the camaraderie, the fellowship, and all of that. And I look forward to doing it. Not next week, because next week we are going, by now we're fresh out, because we are going to march and carry on and all kind of things. So, but week after. Thank you for having us.
All right, sounds good. All right. Yes, Patricia. Go ahead. You're on Mystic Sensation Live.
Good night. Good night to the panel. Good night. Big up yourself.
Good night, Miss P.
Big up yourself.
Yeah, we can afford. More one shirt to buy. We can get one.
Where are you? Where the
Jamaica.
yeah, man, we have to get shirt at Jamaica, man. We have to do. We have to work out. What here's how we're gonna do it. Instead of shipping the shirts to Jamaica, it's gonna be expensive. We're gonna contract with a printer in Jamaica, because we have the what do you call it?
The logo.
We call it like the one-off, like we have the template.
Okay.
So we can send that all over the world and have them print the shirt and get it. So you'll get your shirt, believe me, you'll get your shirt. And you'll call me until you say other people want your shirt, they might want to take off your shirt off of you, but tell them don't worry, there'll be more shirts where your shirt came from. All right.
The next part again, more you put on the flyer. Is the people, is we the Jamaican people, but they having a hotel I work really glad not. And it's a type of contract where people out there sign. Say it hotel them assign contract for 3 months. And after 3 months, they set up on 2-week break. And within the first week, Mr. Rattigan, if they're not call you have no more work. And you have to carry back their uniform.
You know why them do that?
When you go on break, you have to give them back their uniform.
You know why them do that, sis?
So what may I say? Yeah, because them no want to pay no back money.
They don't want to pay no benefits. You're absolutely correct.
That is it. So where is the person, the agency, the minister, the ministry for looking
Are the unions?
Under the labor law.
What the union?
No benefit.
Yeah, but there's no union, nothing at all. All right, look at the security officers then. From last year, from 2024, from 2022, down there, the Supreme Court, which then the highest court of the land, said that security person them forget back some money with them and so. You know, I company I don't know. I'll give security them 3 duty a week. So they don't get no overtime, so you can't pay to, they don't have not to pay them for overtime. 3 no more duty, 3 no more duty per week. So check the hours. So 3, 12, 36, and 36, 72 hours per fortnight. So there's no overtime for you get. God bless if you will get to overtime. These are the things that we talk about, dirty thinking and dualness. But God forgot you're a Christian, but sometimes it burn me. Right? These are the things that people vote for. I mean, one woman party fuse program I talk about she get $12,000 for pension and oh she happy for with that lion self. Like you think that we don't know them stunt. We know we listen every program. Andre Stephen tell me how they used to do it. Or they calling the people and recruit them and pay them. And then they call them back now and them are there. Because when the people ask him how long he retired for, he couldn't talk. He take a time to make up it. I even listen human fight, you know, say a young man. Right? So I don't know why these people, but me tell you, our family, because every time see a good man, a good woman, a good family. And we thank our family to say they know how to wait. The time we could have the somewhere else and do other business and no personal business, but not take the time to educate we and with that we grateful, especially me. I'm in 13 years old. We are so grateful for it, right? We so appreciate it, right? As we are telling you, you know where I'm at Jamaica. These are the things where people talk about. These are the things where we are go through out there. And some people out there make it look like it good. So good. We have 3 friends we go down and say that we have to ball for them belly and go dead. Just them, you know. And then dead. With a woman jerking little chicken and ball for him belly Friday night. And he sit down and cheer. He'll cheer at center and dead Sunday. It comes the man I see him thing. And one another man I see him thing. Just in belly in ball for them ball for.
Wow.
That when people can't figure so we are human beings. But at least somebody will try. There's nothing to try.
Exactly.
There's nothing to try. There's nothing.
Horrible.
And sometimes we have blame the doctor and the nurses, but I tell you, we have to balance it. Nothing them have to use. Then can't find figure. It's true when I put it in for extract the urine. Sometimes I think that them not have. There's nothing there.
Yes.
You barely can't get the cough medicine. Anyway, probably somebody's want to call it.
All right, sister.
Because it's more you put that on the agenda.
Yes,
the
definitely.
Poor, the low wages, the no benefit for Jamaican people. And my hotel. This is the thing we have in Jamaica. Anyway, I'm still make a class.
All right, blessing, sister. Love you. Have a wonderful weekend.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
Brian,
man.
let me just add one quick thing, and that is we have two.
Yes, go ahead, Rocky.
We have 2 press releases, but the one that you see there that will be advertised this Sunday, that one it shows the issues affecting Jamaicans in Jamaica. If you look, you see, you don't see any, nothing with it. So the message we're sending is that we know that you guys cannot come out and do what we are going to do and what we've been doing. You are our brothers and sisters, but you're also voiceless. You can't do what we're going to do, and we're going to do it for now. So those issues that you see there, those are issues that are unique and they apply to Jamaicans living in Jamaica. We have our own issues over here, but it would make sense for us to tell you that we're going to protest for our issues. So we're putting your issues up front to say, listen, you're not alone. We're with you. Thank you.
All right. There you go, and there you have it. For me, taking out, right, and closing, right, my tenure here is Proverbs 29, verse 2. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked beareth rule, the people suffer. Now, Jamaica, we are at the edge of the abyss. We have seen our situation as it relates to our healthcare in Jamaica. Right? Billions of dollars unaccounted for. Right? And our healthcare is in peril. We have seen our education system being trampled on. We have seen the backbone of our economy as it relates to the middle class has been so ill-treated as it relates to this government, taking for themselves 200 and 300% increase. We have seen crime, right, totally going beyond the 1,000 being killed as it relates to our murder rate on a yearly basis. And so then it seems like our Jamaican people, we are numb. It seems like there's a culture that pronounced so filthy that we seems to want to, you know, as it relates to some of us, want to just ride with the flow. But here tonight, we have the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation serve itself to repel poor governance, to have a mechanism put in place to highlight corruption, and for us all to galvanize, right, and prepare the mechanism for ourselves to defend and protect ourselves. We need good governance. I have just seen a clip here that's sent to me where Mark Golden has endorsed our diaspora, not the government agent, but this diaspora, right? Mark Golden has endorsed it. And as we say, we are anticipating a good leader making the pathway for Mark Golden to lead with honesty and integrity and bring back the love in Jamaica. Bring back the togetherness where we can work together, right? And possibly sleep with our windows open. Well, I want to say big thanks to all the panelists, right, to come on board and help us to deliver the information that necessary needs to be delivered. We are here and we're not going to stop, right, until we get good governance from our people. So that is it for me, right? Wifey, do you have anything to say?
Okay, unity is strength, and we have to stand for something. If we don't stand for something, we'll fall for anything. And as I always said, that this initiative is a great one, so we can hold those who need to be held accountable and demand good governance and leadership for our country.
All right, there you have it from Wifey, another powerful punch, and we close for that. Well, all right, this is the way how it's ended, and Wifey. All right, so Rattigan, thank you for passing through, right? All right, blessings. And Herb, thank you for passing through. Aromatic.
Yeah,
and Maria.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Have a good night,
A little
everybody.
bit
God
from
bless.
this, we have to go do it again. No sleep. Them say no rest for the.
For the weary.
Ratty, tomorrow I am going to be a bit late, as usual. We should know, right? I'm going to be a bit late, but I will be there. I will be there.
All right.
All right. No say nothing, you know. May I see you
Blessed to the panel, man. Peace.
All right. That's it. That's it.
That's the audience. All right.
All right, guys. So we are going to start Jeopardy. As we didn't get to do it last week, so we're gonna quickly.
No, man, we have to do with Jeopardy, man. Have to do with Jeopardy
tonight. And since I see you in the chat, remember I still owe you credit. I need you to send the information regarding the phone number and the provider to the number that's streaming at the bottom. It's a WhatsApp number.
Well, I think you don't want the credit.
And also, AMG, she changed her name to oh my goodness, Janae or something to that effect. Sorry if I'm messing it up. My brain is all scrambled right now. So we're going to go into Jeopardy. As you know, we're playing for credits. It's $1,000 Jamaican for the person with the most points, and we'll have 4 runners up of $500 each. Digicel or Flow. The question is in the form of a statement, and then you're going to answer in the form of a question. Whoever answers the question correctly will choose the next category and for how many points, and it will continue like that until the board is empty. So let me just go ahead and reveal the board. Let me just take away the logo so you can see it better. All right, so tonight's categories are civics, heroes, do you remember, and Jesus, oh my goodness, sorry. Jamaica is not a real place, and grammar. So to start as usual, someone threw a category in the chat, and yes, I sent you one. What was it, 2 weeks ago?
Oh, she didn't realize that she won?
Yes, she won. 2 weeks ago, I think it was on Ratigan's program you were on, and I put a message in the chat, but maybe you didn't see it. Yeah, you did win $500 credit. So you need to send me the information so that I can give you your credit. All right, so throughout a category, the first one I see is what we're gonna start with. And remember, you answer in the form of a question. If it's a place or thing, it is what is and then the answer. And if it's the name of a person, it's who is and then the answer. So let me just refresh and see. All right, so Don Mel says Eros for 200. So let's start there. The tribe that Nanny of the Maroon was from. So which tribe in Africa was Nanny of the Maroons from? So which tribe in Africa was Nanny of the Maroons from? Right, so buddy can put in their answers. And again, thank you for being here tonight, and thank you guys for participating in the live discussion. Really appreciate that, because without you it cannot be possible. But we will always come on a Friday, no matter how tired we are or whatever, because we have a mission and we tend to see it through, because we are our brother's keeper, and we know that things are not what they should be there in Jamaica. And as Mr. Rattigan says, we are the voice for the voiceless. So we will continue speaking out for our brothers and sisters in Jamaica. Right, so I'm waiting for the answers. Okay, I see one answer coming in. Should be an ongoing selling the t-shirts. Mr. Rattigan is gonna do that tomorrow, surely. $25 each, and I think last week he had said that whatever color you want, then you could order, and they'll try to accommodate with the colors. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delays, and it is what is Ashanti. So Nanny of the Maroons is from the Ashanti tribe, and it's just a footnote there. It has been widely accepted that she came from the Ashanti tribe of present-day Ghana. Nanny and her 4 brothers, all of whom became Maroon leaders, were sold into slavery and later escaped from their plantations into the mountains and jungles that still make up a large portion of Jamaica. All right, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. Let me just refresh. All right, so Freedom, 200 points, then Danmel and Metro. So Freedom, choose the next category and for how many points?
How much points for that?
200. Okay, so in place for 100. So it's Jamaica is not a real place, and that is for, let me just double check again. 100. Most popular pet in Jamaica. What is the most popular pet in Jamaica? Think about a regular yard. Like in the country, may give you a clue, and when they not pass, they might run out and carry on with themselves. So you need to name the particular breed. So name the particular breed. So no matter what, you can bring you to them and you pass, and them run out and just carry on with themselves.
You know they want them look. Go like nice enough back.
All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. All right, so it is what is a mongrel, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who first picked up that 100 points. So let me just refresh. Okay. Truck life. Then Andrew.
How much points for that? For truck line?
100. All right, so truck life is in place for 200. The real Governor General of Jamaica. Remember, it says Jamaica is not a real place. So, but the street, let me put it this way, the street Governor General of Jamaica, who is that? And remember, name of a person, it is who is. I'll be right back.
So the score as it is, Freedom on 200 points, Truck Life on 100 points. All right, so the answers are rolling in. All right, okay.
Okay. Right here. Okay. Let me see. All right. Ricardo, Mr. just I got ask them if they're now go wait here. But I want to jump out for me. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for.
Real Governor General of Jamaica, somebody said, bro, God. You're on the person, trust me, God.
And that's who's my mother.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
remember, it is Jamaica is not a real place, so it's not, it's the street way. All right, so who is L.A. Lewis?
Papa sure, yeah.
So L.A. Lewis is the real Governor General of Jamaica, and that is for 200 points. Let's see it.
L.A. Lewis is a real boss.
Let's see who is street smart.
L.A. Lewis is the real boss.
All right. So, okay, to pretend I always also came with a long grill. Ricardo, who is L.A. Lewis, you're running and just run up on the board as usual. Then Truck Life.
Much points for them?
200.
Five-star general. That's what they call him, man. 5-star general.
Oh, that's what they call him.
Yeah, 5-star general.
Oh, that's street smart.
Yeah.
So choose the next category and for how many points. And I think with this somebody is, let me see, oh, pardon, Metro, your internet is lagging, might need to refresh and come back in. Also, Richard Talbot, sorry. Your somebody said 7. All right, so choose the next category, Carter, and for how many points? Put 7. Ricardo, which category and for how many points? Okay, keep in place for 300. Internet fame. Yeah, you did put it for 200. Okay. Yeah, I'm just the next one. Internet famous Jamaican couple in London. Internet famous Jamaican couple in London.
This question look like excitement.
And remember, I'm giving you a clue. I'm giving you a clue. Up this way. So, internet famous Jamaican couple in London. All right, I see the answers that I'm looking for, so no delays. All right, and it is, who is Queenie and Dewey? And that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let me just refresh that again.
Queenie.
Ricardo, then Brittany.
300 points?
So Ricardo, 300 points. All right, so choose the next category, Ricardo, and for how many points?
Finish.
No. Give me this because I'm only taking it. I can't use that one. Ricardo, choose the next category and for how many points? Okay, keep in place for 400. All right. Prime Minister of Jamaica is referred to as, everybody run out. Prime Minister of Jamaica is referred to as, everybody spring out. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, no delays, and it is what is Brogard, or it should be who is Brogard. So that is for 400 points. I need to send that today. Okay. Okay.
What am I ask? Which date?
Sorry, so that is for 400 points. Sorry guys, it's who is, my bad. I made a mistake with that and put what is. You're tired. All right, so I'm not sure. So first on the board with the correct response is Andrew, who is Brogard, then Shruclive.
Andrew?
Yeah. Welcome, David. Happy Friday. Then Hyacinth, Brittany.
How much points for Andrew?
400. Yeah, 400. Don Mill. Okay. All right. So that's how the answers came in. Andrew saying place for 500. So we're completing that.
Okay, so the score as it is: Freedom for 200 points, Struck Life 100 points, Ricardo 500 points, and Andrew 400 points.
Ricardo said I go a road and say I'll get foul. Jamaica's favorite fast food snack. Jamaica's favorite fast food snack. Jamaica's favorite fast food snack. Remember, thing is what is. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it's patty. Everybody loves patty. And that is for 500 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. And it is, just go up. Okay, it started right there. David, what is patty? David, what is patty for 500? Then Shruclive, Danmel, yeah. Brittany, I think, okay, but you should do what
points is what?
500.
500.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so choose the next category. Okay, Ricardo, you loud and clear. No, you love your foul. All right, choose the next category and for how many points? Choose the next category and for how many points? I'm going to leave you and Shruclive there with on that argument. I'm not going to get involved in that one. All right, choose the next category. David. Heroes for 100. Okay. The first hero named in Jamaica. The first Jamaican hero. Was the first Jamaican hero. Everybody run out. And remember, name of person, it's who is. All right. All right, so I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is who is Marcus Garvey. So Marcus Garvey is the first national hero, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. David for 100 points. Then Danmel, I think, but only put what is instead of who is. Then Janet and Liz. So I need to put who is before the answer.
Who won this one?
David for 100 points.
100 points.
100 points. All right, so choose the next category and for how many points, David? Heroes for 300. Denomination that Sam Sharp was associated with. So the church. What church denomination was Sam Sharp associated with? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So let's reveal that. And it is what is Baptist. So he was a member of the Baptist Church, and that is for 300 points. So let's see. Excuse me. Let's see who first came in with the correct response. So it started there. David for 300 points. Then Ricardo, Janet, Liz. Okay, that's how the answers came in, but Liz, you have to put what is and then the answer.
So here you have it. Truck Life on 100 points. Freedom, 200 points. Andrew, 400 points. Ricardo, 500 points. And David, 900 points. What?
I realized that, Janet, it was a typo. Yeah. All right, choose the next category and for how many points?
Board look busy. You need the board look busy.
Compared to the 2 weeks prior.
Yeah.
Took a while. Welcome, Jamfet. Happy
Jamfet, big up yourself, my boss.
Happy Friday to you, or is it Saturday? Are you back in France or are you still in Jamdown? Bless up. All right, 10 euros for 400. This hero marched to Stony Gut. Name the hero who marched to Stony Gut. Name the hero who marched to Stony Gut. The hero who marched to Stony Gut. That's for 400 points. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. Oh, it's back in France. And happy Saturday to you. I'm glad you when you travel to and back safely. All right. Who is Paul Bogle? And that is for 400 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. But rancid bitter water reached at a jump with him a drop word fall. All right, so Truck Life, who is Paul Bogle. So Truck Life, and that is for 400 points. Then David, Janet, Jamfet, Danmel, Liz. Brittany also got, but didn't put who. Lorna also came in with the correct response. All right, Truck Life is keeping its heroes, so that's for 500. The Universal Negro Improvement Association, which is the UNIA in Jamaica, was started by this person. So which person started the Universal Negro Improvement Association in Jamaica? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. Everybody run out. Who is Marcus Garvey? So Marcus Garvey started the UNIA. All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. All right, first on the board with the correct response is Jamfet. Sorry, David, I know you got it, but Jamfet. I know it's the keyboard that messed you up. Then Truck Life.
And Jamfet, how much?
500.
What?
And then Truck Life, David, Liz, Janet, Hyacinth, didn't put who is.
You know, Jamfet run up in a record of face
Yeah,
a while ago.
So this 100, I wonder if something happened to him computer. Then Lorna. Andrew. All right, that's all the answers came in.
And the score as it is, Freedom on 200 points. Andrew, 400 points. Truck Life, Ricardo, and Jamfet, 500 points. And David, 900 points. Show them tell for 500 now.
You know, your Jamfet is the most black David for the typo. David said sabotage. Oh my God, Jamfet said cut and clear. Jamfet, do you remember for 300? Yep, 300. Maroon Village in St. Elizabeth. Name the Maroon Village that's found in St. Elizabeth. The Maroon Village that's found in St. Elizabeth. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, so no delay, and it is what is a compound. A compound is the Maroon Village that's found in St. Elizabeth, and that is for 300 points. Let's see who picked up those 300 points. Let's see where it started. See where it started. 1 second. Am I not seeing it? Oh, there. All right. Truck Life, 300 points. Then David, Jamfet, Janet, Liz. That's how the answers came in. And then Truck Life is continuing on Do You Remember for 100. The name given to the communicative instrument used by the Maroons. The name given to the communicative instrument that's used by the Maroons. Everybody run out.
Everybody run out on that.
Olana also came in with a compound. Was the recorder come like a police with a chat?
What recorder is it?
Avenger. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. It is, what is the abeng? So the abeng is a communicative instrument used by the Maroons, and that is for 100 points. So let's see who picked up those 100 points. Okay. Ricardo, 100 points. Truck Life. Dunmel, Janet, Liz, but her keyboard messed her up there. Okay, corrected it. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Where's Andrew? I wonder if something happened to his system or his internet. Lorna and okay, that's how the answers came in. And Ricardo is saying, remember for 200. The people who came before us, what do you call the people who came before us? The collective word for them when you're referring to them. And the Africans love to speak about them, and they pay tribute to them. Trying to give you a clue. They pay tribute to them. The collective word. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is who is ancestor or ancestors. So the people who came before us, we refer to them as our ancestors, and that is for 200 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, so it started there. What is, nope, Janet, who is ancestors.
Okay, so Janet,
and that is for 200 points. Then Andrew, okay, is back up with us. Then Jamfet, Brittany, Donmel, Lorna. Is where Ricardo, hello. Let me go up and make sure I didn't miss anything. Who did I say got it?
Janet.
Oh, Janet, because David had what? Shortcliffe had what? So, yeah, Janet is the first person who put who in front of it, which is should be who.
Exactly.
So, that's Janet. So
the score as it is,
the wrong chat.
Janet and Freedom 200 points. Andrew 400 points. Jamfed 500 points. And Ricardo 600 points. David 900 points. And Jamfed 500 points. I call everybody.
Okay, it's in two different places at the same time. All right, so Janet, choose the next category and for how many points? So the scorekeeper said David. David said then we still the 900. Yeah, Ricardo say yes, because you know Ricardo keeps score too. I know say we pinch off 100 off of you.
And that's why I want Ricardo they keep the score.
Civics for Janet says civics for 400. This former prime minister was once a manager of the band Scatterlights. So this former prime minister was once a manager of the band Scatterlights. Name the former prime minister. Name the former prime minister.
They don't get it if you say the one with Byron here.
What?
They don't get it if you say the one with Byron here.
No. Check the book. It's not that one. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And drum roll. Who is PJ Patterson? Of 400 points, PJ Patterson was a manager of the band Scatterlights. All right, let's see who first came in with the correct response. Andrew for 400 points. Then, ooh, okay.
I told you I know Andrew like the 400 points, I mean.
Then Truck life. Then Brittany. Let's see, go put the hell on. I need to go burn it up. Okay. Alternative turning down. All right, and that's how the answers came in. Okay, I'll have to get the book and tell you when was there a date? I'm not to remember if there was a date in there. I don't remember if there was a date. Hold on. All right, let me just get the next question. So choose the next category and for how many points? Oh, Lana also came in with the correct answer. All right, I can just pull it up on my phone. Don't have to, because now they're going to remember the exact page. But I'll put it up on the phone. All right, so remember, Andrew saying remember for 400. Rum, sugar, and this item was produced and shipped to Britain from Jamaica. So rum, sugar, and this item was produced and shipped to Britain from Jamaica, and it's a double point answer. So think of what you get rum from, what you got sugar from in those days, and what the other product that you can get from what you get the rum and sugar from. Rum, sugar, and this item was produced and shipped to Britain from Jamaica. So 3 items you could get from this particular thing. So what is the third item? And they used to ship it to Britain. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is molasses? So from sugarcane, they got sugar, rum, and molasses. And that is for 800 points. So let's see who picked up these 800 points. Let me just refresh on this one. David, then, okay, corrected that. So David for 800 points. Then Jamfet, Donmel, Ricardo, Janet, Liz, Brittany. All right, and that's how the answers came in.
Double points?
So 800, yeah, 800 points. It was 400 and it's doubled to give 800. I already doubled it to tell you.
Okay, so the score as it is, Janet and Freedom on 200 points. Ricardo 600 points. Jamfet 500 points. Truck Life 800. Andrew 800 points, and David 1,700 points.
Okay, so remember for 500. Name given to the system that brought Africans to the Americas. The name given to the system that brought Africans to the Americas. So think about the trade itself. That's a clue. Think about the trade itself. All right, let me see. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for, and it is, what is the Atlantic or transatlantic slave trade? And that is for 500 points. So what is the Atlantic or transatlantic slave trade? All right, so let's see who first came in with the correct response. Okay, so that's where it started. Ricardo, 500 points. That's what is a banana boat.
Ricardo, 500 points.
Then, okay, listen, put the first part on it. Trade, triangular, slave trade. I guess that could be another name for the transatlantic. Some people are putting the triangular. Then David, Andrew, yeah, Middle Passage was another name.
Yeah, they would be right. They would
Yeah,
be right.
triangle,
Triangle
slave
slave, they would be
trade.
right as well.
Yeah, okay. All right, Brittany triangular, slave trade, David triangular. All right, what's triangular trade route? Dunmill. Okay, so Ricardo is saying civics for 100. So we're going back to civics. All right, what was the nickname given to Bustamante by its supporters in 1943? What was the nickname given to Bustamante by his supporters in 1943? What was the nickname given to Bustamante by his supporters in 1943? All right, let me see. She's the jam fit. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for. And so the chief, what was the nickname given to? So it should be, who is the chief? Just pardon me, I did this and I was so frazzled and tired. So what was the nickname given to Bustamante by supporters 1943? Who is the chief? All right, so I have to correct those. All right, so two things here I need to correct. So civics, so 100. David, who is chief. David, who is chief for 100. Then Lorna, Ricardo.
David, how much?
100.
100.
All right, so choose the next category and for how many points?
So score as it is, Janet and Freedom on 200 points. Chuck Life and Andrew, 800 points. Jamfet, 500 points. Ricardo, 1,100 points. And David, 1,800 points.
All right, so Let me see. Trying to find the information. Okay, David is saying grammar for 100. So you have the options in bracket below. So you're gonna put the correct the correct option on the line to make sense or make the sentence correct. I dash Hannah for 3 years. We still meet once a month. I dash Anna for 3 years. We still meet once a month. So the options is knew or have known. So choose the correct answer. So make it make sense. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is have known. I have known Anna for 3 years. We still meet once a month. And that is for 100 points. So let's see who came in with the correct response. Yes, Andrew, but if you look below that, he corrected it. He said, what is chief? And then Liz was on, and then he corrected it right after Liz to say, who is chief? So he still got it correct. Okay, no problem. All right. So, did I say who first came in with that? All right, so first on the board with the correct response is Jamfet for 100 points. Then David, Freedom, pretty, but need to put what is. Ricardo, that's how the answers came in. Also Lana. All right, so Jamfet is saying grammar for 500. And it's a double point answer. In the following sentence, which verb is used incorrectly? So pay attention. On the way to school this morning, we saw a baby bird on the ground. The baby bird was crying for its mother. We wanted to help, but we don't know what to do. In the following sentence, which verb is used incorrectly? On the way to school this morning, we saw a baby bird on the ground. The baby bird was crying for its mother. We wanted to help, but we don't know what to do. All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. Oops. Oh, still came up. So what is it? Don't. So it should be didn't, but we didn't know what to do. So the incorrect one is don't. And that is a double point. So that is 1,000 points for the person who answers that correctly. All right. So let's see who came in with the correct response. Jamfet for 1,000 points. Jamfet 1,000 points. Then Andrew, Janet, Liz, Donmel, Pretty, and Brittany, but they gave the
what kind of vengeance Jamfet come with tonight? And it's a box up Ricardo, so I don't understand this.
Fit them on each other.
All right. So Freedom and Janet 200 points. Andrew 800 points, and of course Shock Life, 800 points. And Ricardo, 1100 points. Get stepped on by Jamfet, 1600 points. And David, 1800 points. Me know say Jamfet will go reach him on the shot.
It's just that he chose to write out that whole part that has the don't, Andrew, but he's correct. Byron, I wrote me the stop coming here. Jamfet is saying, yes, I saw the question, Andrew, but he just chose to write that whole part there. But he has the don't, so it's correct. Grammar for 400. Identify the pronoun in this sentence. The museum has updated its sculpture and portrait collection. So identify the pronoun. The museum has updated its sculpture and portrait collection. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is it? So it is the pronoun. So the museum has updated it, which is the museum's culture. So they use a pronoun instead of putting back museum and portrait collection. And this it is referred to as a possessive pronoun. And a possessive pronoun is used to express ownership or possession. All right. So, and that is for 400 points. So let's see who picked up those 400 points. All right. So we started there. David, 400 points. Then Jamfet, Liz, Shock Life, Pretty, and Brittany also got it. So choose the next category and for how many points. Okay. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Okay, so David, choose the next category for how many points. David said, then what a rush for. All right, grammar for 200. All right. So you're gonna choose the correct words from the bracket. So choose the correct word from the bracket. You could or / should go to the hospital if you have a fever for more than 24 hours. You, bracket, could / should go to the hospital if you have a fever for more than 24 hours. And people, make sure before you go to the hospital, you try Tylenol, Advil, or anything that can help to break fever. Do cold sponge and all of those things before you go to emergency room with just a fever. All right, so let's see what's in the chat. All right, and I see the answer that I am looking for. And it is what it should. So you should go to the hospital if you have a fever for more than 24 hours. Right? And that is for 200 points. So let's see who picked up those 200 points. David, Jamfet. So David, 200 points. Then Jamfet, Andrew, Trucklife, Dunmel, Liz, Pretty, Freedom, Brittany. All right. All right, choose the next category and for how many points. All right, we're down to just 2 categories now. All right, choose the next category and for how many points. Okay, finishing off grammar. Grammar for 300. Identify the 2 verbs in the sentence. When Jake saw the cute puppy available for adoption, he called the organization right away. So identify the 2 verbs in the sentence. And remember, verbs are action words. So when Jake saw the cute puppy available for adoption, he called the organization right away. Right. I see the answer that I'm looking for. So known delays, and it is what is saw and called. And that is, so those are the 2 verbs in the sentence. So saw and called, and that is for 300 points. So let's see who first came in with the correct response. Oh, we did do that one. All right, let me just refresh. Jamfet for 300 points. Then Dunmel, Liz, Andrew, Ricardo, Liz. Okay, that's how the answers came in. So it's just 1 category that's left now. So all you need to do is just put the points, the amount that you want it for in the chat. You don't have to put the civics. Just put the amount that you want it for. Don't put the category. All right, so Jamfet is saying for 500. Double score answer. What is voting for or against a proposed government policy called? What is voting for or against a proposed government policy called? So what do you call that process? Voting for or against a government policy? Nope. Not seeing any. Okay. All right, I see. Okay. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is, what is a referendum? And that is for 500 points, and then the overall score is going to be double. Pardon me, it's a double score answer. So 500 points is going to be added to the score, and then the overall score is going to be doubled. And the answer is referendum. So let's see who picked up all these points. Let me just refresh as usual. All right. So it started there. Andrew, then David, then Jamfet.
Which points?
500, and then double his overall score.
Whoa.
Liz. Okay. All right, so Andrew's on fire.
So the score as it is, Janet and Freedom on 200 points. Wow. Truck Life, 800 points. Ricky Ricardo, 1,100 points. Jamfet, 1,900 points. David, 2,400 points. And Andrew, 2,600 points. What about
all right, Andrew saying 200. The Jamaican movement for the advancement of literacy was established in this year. The Jamaican movement for the advancement of literacy was established in this year. Name the year. Which year was it established? All right, I see the answer that I'm looking for. So no delays, and it is what is 1974, and that is for 200 points. So it was established in 1974. Let me just refresh. So first on the board with the correct response is Dunmel for 200 points.
Dunmel for 200 points?
So Dunmel 200 points, and then there is just and also David came in with the correct response. All right, so there's only 300 left, so I'm just gonna open that. The community of Steertown is in this parish. So name the parish that the community of Steertown is located in. Everybody run out. The community of Steertown is located in. All right, I see the answer that I am looking for, and it is what is St. Anne, and that is for 300 points. So the board is empty, so let's see who picked up those 300 points. All right, so let's see who picked up those 300 points. David, 300. David, 300 points. Then Truck Life, Dunmel, Jamfet, Liz, Ricardo, Pretty.
That's the last one?
Wow. Janet. Sadie also came in. That and Lorna. Everybody has celebrate. All right, so Baron is tallying up the scores. So let's see our 5. Okay, let me give you the number again. I'm just gonna type it in the chat for you, Hyacinth. Okay, there you go. I think that's the number. It's a WhatsApp number, and it's under the name Mystic Sensation. And you must state whether it's digital or flow. And Tasia, I don't see her. She still needs to send me the number that she wants.
Okay, and trust me, tonight was really, a well-played night. I think everyone who participated did well, right? Because trust me, it is the first time seeing such a widespread on the board, and very close. Now, Truck Life, right, is the first on the board, making it with 800 points.
At
So
number
that is
5, you
interesting.
mean?
At number 5.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Ricardo, right? Get a look butter up and bruise up by Jamfet. Ricardo have 1100 points. Jamfet, 3rd place, right? Jamfet, 1,900 points. Andrew, in 2nd place, 2,600 points. And David just beat him by 100 points to take home the points. So David, 2,700 points, the winner for the night draw of $1,000 credit. Right? So there it is.
Okay. All right. Noted Jamfet. So there's a new number. So send it to me on IG. I look for it on IG Jamfet. And remember to say whether it's digital or flow. You know, some say I shall return. Okay. All right. So is it just said I had 2 misses that I could have won. Luck is in order for some man. All right. So congratulations to all the winners. Congratulations to all who participated and answered. So as I always say, it's a game of speed and good quality internet, because sometimes your internet can mess you up, make it lag and stuff. But it's a game of speed. You have to have Olympic fingers over here. And a lot of persons started at what we'd say the underdogs. As I always say, the race is not for the swift, but for those who can endure to the end. People have been playing for months and always be number 6 or number 5. We always term them 6 boss or 5 boss, and now they're, you know, all coming up in top 5 or being the winner. So
exactly.
Congratulations to each and every one, and well played game.
Yeah.
All right. So David wants it sent to his 408 digi. 408 digi. Okay. Is there any paper you check out anything there and before you spin over the paper and write that down? All right. So, and Truck Life will send me the new number on IG. All right. So again, thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate the continued support. And as I always say, you could have been elsewhere on a Friday night. And you chose to be with us, so we do not take that for granted. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Much love and respect to each and everyone, and to all the new subscribers. Thank you so much for joining the movement. It's a very good cause. So make sure you send out the message so that more people can be educated and informed to make intelligent and educated decisions when the time comes and throughout their life as well. So
And-
thank you, thank you, thank you.
And guys, remember tomorrow, Ratigan, right? And Ratigan started at what?
3 p.m.
3 p.m.
New York time.
New York time. So please remember, you understand, we are meeting over by Ratigan tomorrow.
And remember that it's gonna be the fundraiser too for the One Jamaica Legal Defense Foundation. So come to pledge your support, and also to get your t-shirts for the demonstration on Friday. And of course, we will be streaming it live on this channel. Baron will not be here. I finally got that day sorted out yesterday because I was supposed to be working, and it took me a while to get it swapped, but I finally managed to do it yesterday. So I'll be streaming it live on Friday. But Baron definitely won't be able to get out of work commitment, but I managed to get out of mine after much trial. So yeah, so thank you so much, guys, and I'm going to wish everyone a wonderful rest of your weekend and have a wonderful and productive week to come until tomorrow and Rottigan, and then Wayne Lonesome will have his town hall live on Sunday, and then we will be back on Tuesday. All right, so join us on Tuesday as well. And so have a wonderful and restful weekend, and as usual, safe travel on the gravel until tomorrow. Bye guys, love you all.